From head to toe, George Washington represented the strength, grace, and dignity of the American people. From a small volunteer force of citizen farmers, he created the Continental Army out of nothing and rallied them to stand against the most powerful military on earth. Through 8 long years, through the brutal winter at Valley Forge, through setback after setback on the field of battle, he led those patriots to ultimate triumph. When called upon again, he presided over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and was unanimously elected our first president. When he stepped down after 2 terms, his former adversary, King George, called him the greatest man of the age. He remains first in our hearts to this day. For as long as Americans love this land, we will honor and cherish the father of our country, George Washington.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Newsmax. So we got a lot of things to go over today, and it's back. It's great to be here for another episode. The first episode was pretty interesting. We covered the possibility of election fraud, and it's pretty concerning. Anyways, we're going to be getting to a very serious topic today, and you guys are going to be very excited to see this. So let's get to it, guys. We're kind of off script today, everybody. So we didn't really have a lot of time to prepare a script. So we're gonna wing it, but we have all the information and everything. So let's get down to it. So it's kind of the election fraud issue is getting worse. It is getting worse because recently, the CIA director endorsed Felix Hayes, and this election is going to get a little bit antsy, I guess. And it's, how do I put this? Do us Americans want to have a safe election or a fraudulent election? We'll be getting a comment from Starlight, who's currently a representative and representing the Republican Party, who is possibly going to be going for majority leader of the House of Representatives. Anyways, let's get to another topic. I think it's a really important topic. It's the fact that Hayes can't even hold his temper. It's kind of depressing. How can we trust this man if he can't hold his temper? I mean, what if there's a situation going on in another community and the whole war is going to start and he can't hold his temper? Here to comment is Starlight, currently running for majority leader, most likely. Starlight, let's get your comment on this. How you doing today? To start off. Starlight, you there?
I am doing great today. Thank you for asking.
So you've seen the screenshot. By the way, make sure to turn the audio for the live stream down so you can hear me better. So it's live,
Yeah.
not, So you are aware of what Felix Hayes said. He said, "Senate, not the House. You effing imbecile." Full caps, anger mode. What do you think about this? Should we trust this guy when he's in office?
I believe we should. I believe that it is imperative that we have a president that can keep his cool during those pressurable moments and when he gets backlash, whether that be about his campaign, about his policies, or whatever it might be. I think it's imperative that he does not do that. I mean, like, what if he did that to a president of another country? What if he said that to a head of state from another country?
Yeah, it's very concerning, and I don't think a man like this guy should even be close to the Oval Office. Him acting like this makes him a threat of national security, and not only a threat to around the world.
I 100% agree. I think we need someone in office who will keep their cool and not embarrass us in front of television or in front of another country. What not only was that said towards another representative, my colleague, but it was said in a public area where others could hear it.
100% agree. Anyway, let's get back on to the CIA director Anderson, who recently endorsed Felix Levin Hayes. What is your comment on the situation?
Yeah, so right there is a clear violation of the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act was put in place so we do not have people who are on government positions taking political sides in public, because it's important that the CIA agency stays neutral, because that if they side with one political party or with one personal player, they will not be able to do their job professionally enough, and we will not have faith in them because they support someone who they don't support.
I 100% agree with you. It's it's very threatening, and I mean threatening in a way where it kind of threatens the election integrity, because the CIA is pretty notorious for having a whole crap ton of conspiracy theories. It gets a little worse by the time, you know.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah. So like he could be impartial towards Felix and not give him any backlash, but give his opponents backlash, which that's just not a way that it should be ran. It should stay neutral before anything else.
Well, I do agree with you on that too, and you know, this is what I worry about. If if he becomes president, I'm kind of worried if we're gonna have if he's gonna be a wartime president or is gonna be a peaceful president. So, do you
I
think
will.
Hayes is gonna be a wartime president, Congressman?
That's hard to tell. Um, let me think about this because it's a very serious topic.
Well, what do you think we'll see from Felix Hayes' presidency? This kind of stuff going on.
Based on what we've seen so far, I believe we will see a unprofessional president who does not care if he gets angry, does not care what he says in public or nothing, and just will say what he's thinking. And I believe as president, you should not do that because you are held to a higher standard because we put you in that office to serve and to protect the national interests of the United States.
I 100% agree. Well, thank you for being on Newsmax. We'll be having Representative Connell, who will be also commenting on the situation. He just wanted to join, so he's kind of the guy who was talking to when this happened, so we have to get his comment on this too. Thank you, Star.
Thank you for having me.
Yes,
No problem.
thank you very much, folks. Yes, I just wanted to make this brief appearance, of course, in light of these very, very alarming issues, especially coming from an FEC member that's also a presidential candidate. Now, this raises some very concerning questions about our election integrity. Of course, the fact that you have a FEC member running as president of the United States, that does bring up and arise very and many concerns. Of course, we need to ensure that our election integrity remains stable and that we have nonpartisan individuals on the FEC. Now, typically, the FEC is composed of a commissioner, 3 Republican members, and 3 Democrat members as their core leadership. Now, this FEC isn't very developed, and we have many members just squandered around all over the place. Now, this raises many questions, and I'm very concerned for our election integrity for years to come if this does not get fixed and reformed quickly. Additionally, on your points that I've seen lately, we've also seen that the CIA director has violated the Hatch Act and began publicly endorsing people for Speaker of the House. Now, I'm going to be running for the Speaker of the House to ensure that our country and the House of Representatives remain stabilized and that we can actually get things done in bipartisan consent. I'm willing to be working with the House Republican Conference along with the House Democrat Caucus to ensure that the American people and their interests are being represented properly on the federal stage. We need to ensure that we don't prioritize a region, but rather we prioritize our the American people and our country as a whole. It is in the interest of the federal government that we prioritize the country as a whole instead of our individual districts and our individual regions. We need to ensure that we bring many significant issues to light based on based on a federal issue if it ever arises. That's why I'm running for Speaker of the House. I am interested and devoted to the American people. I'm devoted to ensuring that the House remains on task to serving the American people. And thank you very much. That's all I'll say.
I 100% agree with you. It's imperative that we have someone like you for the Speaker of the House position that represents Americans, like all of us in this call and everybody else abroad. And it's important that we have somebody like you in the House, you know? Because if we have someone like Roosevelt who's been just deriding Hayes the whole entire campaign season, should we have someone who's just supporting someone bipartisan efforts? No, we shouldn't.
Listen, I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree any more
Not
with
to
you on that point.
mention the disrespect that Roosevelt has shown to many people who were running for Congress.
Okay. Care to comment, McConnell?
Yes, honestly, I'm going to be quite honest with you. With the encounters I've had with Mr. Roosevelt, he has not shown the qualities that the Speaker of the House must hold and attain to ensure that the House is stable. He's began to argue with many colleagues like myself and Dr. Light on many things, many petty things, actually, I must say. And it's just very unspeaker-like and a very disrespectful and condescending ways he says it. And it's not going to help him, and it's not going to help do our intended purpose of serving the American people and serving the House of Representatives faithfully and honestly. And we need to have because the Speaker of the House essentially is the presiding officer over the House, as you know, and the Speaker of the House is responsible for being the head, basically the highest point of leadership within the House of Representatives. So we need somebody that can accurately represent our body, and somebody who is competent enough for the job. The Speaker of the House serves to the pleasure of the House of Representatives with a majority vote being attained. And I don't believe Mr. Siegel has the votes. I don't believe Mr. Roosevelt has the votes to win the Speaker of the House, considering what I've seen in the past couple days. And I thank all my fellow colleagues within the House of Representatives, Republican and Democrat. We will get this done, and we will get the House back together, and we will save this country once and for all. Thank you.
Currently, Roosevelt's kind of losing it right now in main chat.
Back to you.
Yeah, let me put it up on the screen. Let me put it on the screen real quick. My watch is going off, guys. Let me put it on the screen, guys. Just a second, y'all. Let me just put out my watch. I don't want it, causing any ruckus. I can't find it. Whatever. It's no big deal, guys. It'll go off in just a second. Anyways, let me add the picture up to the screen. It is pretty funny what he's saying right now. Let me put it up, everybody. All right, he says, Mike, here's what I'll say forever. I won't respect idiots. And then he pings you, Mr. McConnell. He says, you effing abuse so many groups. You basically use ChatGPT to write your messages, you idiot. Care to, oh, did you guys hear me? Because I was muted.
You are just now speaking.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I thought I just stopped for some reason.
Well, my bad, everybody. The people on the broadcast can hear me, and you guys couldn't. That was on me, guys. So Mr. Charles Roosevelt said, "Here's what I'll say forever: I won't respect idiots." He says that to me. Then he says this to you, Mr. McConnell. You abuse so many groups, and then he says to Starlight, you basically use GPT to write your messages, you idiot. That's as again, the incompetence within that is pretty crazy. We'll get to that in
It's
just a
very
second. Wait. Oh, you go ahead. Comment on it. Sorry, my bad.
It's very ironic that somebody with the lack of experience and lack of temper this individual holds is attacking my fellow representatives over absolutely petty things. This just proves that this man only prioritizes himself and not the House of Representatives and not the American people. He did not come here for no reason. And quite frankly, he only came here to argue and he only came here to start random petty drama that he so craves, it seems. And he is not putting his people first, and he is calling his fellow representatives idiots. I quote, idiots and buffoons. He does not care for the people whatsoever. And he's, he keeps going on the point that I've abused many groups. And really that has nothing to do with my performance as the Speaker of the House. And if that's the only petty argument he has, then so be it. And um, for my colleague Dr. Light as well, saying that he's used GPT, it's really not. And then the fact that he calls him an idiot too is just very unprofessional, very immature, and honestly, very unbecoming of a representative. We don't need this type of behavior in the House. And if he brings this to the floor, we will be looking at possible consequences issued by the Ethics Committee.
All right.
And I will be making committee instead.
Sorry. Mike Kennedy would like to comment on the situation. Mike Kennedy is still there. He's currently if there is any like background noise, ignore that. He's not, he's somewhere. All right. Mike Kennedy, comment what you have to say about it.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So I'd like to add on to it. I'll be honest. I don't know why we're giving this person so much attention. Uh, we know the facts. We gotta support each one of each other, and having representative elective Roosevelt. We. I'll be honest. I don't think he's gonna last long in the House because there's rules and procedures we do here in the House. I don't think he's gonna like, and he questions everybody. But the thing is, what have we seen from him so far? Running for Congress right away. You gotta have some experience, in the state, working in city council or anything like that. I'll be honest. I can predict from 2 weeks from now, we might have to expel this guy. That's all I gotta say for now.
It's ironic. I asked him a simple question. What's the most common subsidiary motion out of the four main motions? And he said it's the motion to table, which is untrue. It's the motion to amend, and he clearly doesn't now.
Yeah, it shows the incompetence of this man. He should not be representing anybody, or literally, he wants to run for president next election. Why should someone who doesn't understand just the common sense of the House of Representatives or in Congress in general should be running for president? And he said this himself. He's going to be running for president next year for the Republican ticket.
It's unbecoming. It's disgraceful.
It makes me wonder what he says to his constituents and what he says to other people who are not his colleagues. I think we should question everything about this man because the amount of disrespect he gives to everyone should never happen.
I 100% agree. I mean, this guy shouldn't be running or in general be with the Republican Party. If he doesn't want to work with you guys or show any respect to you guys, he should just become a Democrat. There's no reason for him to be representing this party or just. It's just a mockery. He's just making a mockery out of this party and of the American people and the entire body of Congress. It's a disgrace, and I agree with all of you on this. It's totally a disgrace.
Just to let you know that he did switch to Democrat over the past weekday or two. So he was a part of the Republican Party, but he moved parties.
He was? That's hilarious. Oh, that's great. It shows what kind of man he
Oh,
is.
look. I mean, he says he does not, quote, respect idiots, but the fact is, he might be the only idiot here because he's the only person wrecking his own career over nothing. He is arguing with all of his fellow representatives for no reason. He now has no Democrat support and he has no Republican support whatsoever. And we can agree bipartisanly that he is going to keep arguing and he's going to keep going. And there's nothing left to say.
100% agree
We
with
have
you.
a
FEC
we have a
Commissioner.
picture of Mr. Reppy like Charles Roosevelt of New York, who just said he responded to Mike Kennedy, and Mike Kennedy said, I quote, "What party are you from?" And then Charles Roosevelt replies, "Democrat, LOL." What? What's going on? It's a joke. It's a joke. It's such a joke.
I don't think he understands the gravity that he's going to be elected by the House of Representatives body. Now, this entails, of course, you must attain a majority of the House of Representatives, and you must be able to. That's for how you'll get voted in by as Speaker of the House. But the only thing is, this individual, I don't know how he's going to make his arguments without a microphone. It's going to be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, it's gonna take him like 5 minutes to write down, type it all in the little Roblox
Exactly.
chat. I mean, there's
When
no
I can
reason
make-
for him to
yeah.
be speaker at all if it's gonna take
Yeah,
5 minutes.
we need a speaker that can actually speak.
Yeah, speak,
We need a speaker.
speak. Yeah,
He's just a keyboard warrior. We don't have time for this these actions that are very childish, to be quite frank. And we don't need this in our House of Representatives. We need people willing to work, willing to put bills on the floor, resolutions for the House, and get ready to get to work immediately. I already have all of my preliminary legislation ready to go. House standing rules, our what's called preliminary rules and regulations for the House. We have everything ready to go, and quite frankly, Mr. Roosevelt has what it takes to become Speaker of the House. I don't believe he understands the actual gravity and not just the competency and presiding aspect, but you must also be liked by the House representatives, because that's who you're being elected by. And for him to insult almost all of the representatives here by calling them quote idiots is not going to help his case in his campaign and his election for Speaker.
Mike, do you care to comment on what Roosevelt said? I mean, you are the one who asked him a question and responded back with the answer.
To be honest, I don't want to give him already. He already has too many attention. If we keep talking like this, next Congress during the first session, we might have to, censor him or something. Because the way he's talking, I don't think he's doing it for the American people. I think he's doing it on for his own.
If he brings this to the House floor, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm going to make this abundantly clear. If he brings this to the House floor, he will not be being issued a censure. He will be issued an immediate expulsion, and either it's that or the ethics committee will investigate further and and develop a better response or a better punishment, because we will not tolerate this behavior. Another representative calling other representatives idiots and buffoons. We will not tolerate that on the House floor. And if it does occur, consequences will follow. I'm sorry, you can go back to what you were saying, sir.
Thanks for adding on. I will say, if he continues to act like this, I will ask the ethics committee to, in a way, bring this up, because this is unbecoming of a member. This is unprofessional. If he has something to say, he can say it to us. He's making a huge scene all over this, and I believe that's it. I believe I believe we're giving him way too much attention. I feel like we should just move on from this. And
I agree.
if no news station gives him the attention he wants, he will slowly start losing support for some policies.
Well, we're gonna be right back for a short break. To all our viewers, we'll be bringing "Freedom is Not Free," a speech from Ronald Reagan, from his inauguration speech, his first inauguration speech. We'll be right back, folks. Thank you.
if we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. The sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, "My Pledge," he had written these words: "America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone." We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We are Americans.
And we are back. Anyways, we got another message, and Charlotte's gonna get onto this. But before we do that, we're gonna thank Mike Kennedy for being on the broadcast today, and hopefully you get to a little warmer area because that cold weather is bothering you. So, see you in a bit, Mike Kennedy. No problem. Anyways, Starlight, get onto this little message that the Roosevelt guy said.
Well, Representative-elect Roosevelt said, and I quote, "Did you ever consider my speakership bid was to spread my message about my policies?" Now, I think we all have to ask ourselves, what is this about? Is he talking about the presidency? Is he really only wanting to be speaker so he can talk about his presidency and not for the American people? Like, would this
Unfortunate.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
someone who be in the office of the speakership?
See, this is what I think. This guy doesn't care about having a functioning house. He cares about having a place to spread his dumb policies around. He does not care about making this country great. He's just doing this for himself. There's no reason for him to be
I
speaker.
100% agree with you.
But anyways, I wish we can go on and on about this, but we do have some other things to do. I have to interview George. So maybe after the interview we can get back to this topic if you guys are willing to stay here for that.
100%. I have all night.
All right. Anyways, we'd like to welcome George. Welcome to Newsmax. You there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me up on this beautiful night.
No problemo. Anyways, we got some questions to get over. And it's gonna be. I think these are pretty interesting questions. So the first question is: tell why the American people in New York choose you to represent them of a 3rd congressional district.
Yes. Well, um, well, in Congress, I'm not there to play nice, okay? I'm not there to play nice. I'm going to be there to expose the rot and corruption and the that all the Democrats do, just like a swampy slime people selling this country down a river. That's what the Democrats are. They are swampy, slimy people that are selling America in this country down a river into the dumpster.
Well, that's a really good answer. Anyways, you said you could be any member of Congress in a lip sync battle. What song would you choose?
Oh, that's easy. I Will Survive by Demi Lovato.
Really, really good song. Really good song. Okay. People might say that you're not really in your religious faith as or believe in religion. Can you share that to us? What is your religion?
Yes, well, certainly. My religion is Jewish. I'm a fellow rabbi, and I believe if you have to be Jewish to shop at Aldi's, okay? You have to be Jewish to shop there. So it makes me a Jewish person. I don't wear a harmonica because it flies off in the wind, because I need to keep my hair perfect. If a person says I'm lying, I am not. I am a Jewish male and I'm proud to be a Jewish rabbi, and that also means Muslim.
So, how was your Hanukkah, sir?
Oh, beautiful. I lit 13 different candles.
Well, well, that's all the questions I have for you, man. Really, really good.
Well, are you going to ask me about anything else group related?
Well, I didn't.
Maybe about the election or.
Well, yeah, I do have some questions about the election. What do you think? Do you think this election's going to be safe or is it going to be rigged? What do you think?
Well, let me tell you this. Felix is just a nasty man. He is just cooking up messy stews in his meth lab. He's just cooking up messy stews in his kitchen as a mad chef. He's just cooking up messy, messy stews for the American people. And people are getting sick and tired of that bullshit he is putting into the pot. There is no place at the table for him. The pilgrims don't even want him at their table. And let me tell you this. This is what inspired me to pursue a career in public service. Growing up in a diverse community, I witnessed the challenges people faced that inspired me to make a difference, to be a voice for those who might not have one, as well as furthermore, my mother brought me to America when she was 20 years old. She brought me on board the Mayflower, and it brought me to Ellis Island in New York City. it shows me what America is really about, the immigrants that came here before us. And that's why tonight I will be announcing my candidacy for United States House.
Well, we hope you have
And
a. Oh, go
just
on.
to
My bad.
make sure all these swampy drain people don't come into our city.
Well, it was great having you. We have to get into other topics too. If you want to stay here and comment on it, you can. If you want.
Yeah.
That'll be really great. Anyways, let's get back onto the topic of Mr. Hayes and Roosevelt and the whole
Hello?
entire. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you watching the stream? Because I don't know if you heard what I said.
You didn't say anything, sir.
Sorry, I was muted on Discord. But however, the people on the stream they can hear me. Sorry, my bad. Apologies to you. If you want to stay on here, and comment further on what's going on, we're gonna do that if you want. Because we are gonna get back onto the other things that were going before the interview I just had with you. So if you want to stay here, you can. And comment on this stuff with everybody else.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's get back onto this. So, well, let's start off with person running for speaker right now, McConnell. What do you gotta think? What do you gotta say about what's going on to add on to everything?
Honestly, just very, very appalling that we even have somebody like this in our body, in our House of Representatives. It's a damn shame that this individual would even try to attempt to run for Speaker of the House when all of his only intentions to run is to fill his political campaign and his agenda. He has no regard or interest for the American people or the House of Representatives as a whole in their proceedings. He only cares about becoming president. And really, we don't want that in the Speaker of the House. We want somebody who will act and be a leader. And I will assure that to my fellow representatives. And if they elect me, I will take it as is. And if they don't, then I will respect that decision and that decision solely. It is the sovereign and sovereign and independent right of each and every House representative to make their own personal decision on who should become Speaker of the House. And if they rather submit their candidacy, go right ahead. But I rather have a strong leader that's a Speaker of the House that will have a microphone, right, and actually serve the House based on their interest and not their person's own interest. And if this individual becomes Speaker of the House, then we will be watching this individual, and I will be hoping I chair the Ethics Committee to ensure that the Speaker of the House shall not step out of line along with all other representatives, as it's pursuant to Rule 9, Clause 3 of the House of Representatives standing rules that the jurisdiction of the Ethics Committee is to investigate all House Representatives member House officers, which the Speaker is classed as a House officer, bills and resolutions, etc. So we will be keeping a close eye on him. We will be keeping a close eye on all the representatives, and we will be ensuring that our democracy and our representatives are well stabilized, that our bodies well stabilized, and that we can work efficiently with the Senate. I haven't heard a single thing from this Speaker candidate that he'll be working with the Senate and that he'll be improving relations with the Senate. I haven't heard a single thing about him that he's going to do for the House, that he's going to work with the HRC, the HDC, that his plans on committee assignments. I've heard nothing from him in regards to these issues. And quite frankly, this just proves the point even more than what he said, that he's only running for his quote policies and what he can do to get ahead in the presidency. And that's what we don't want in the Speaker of the House, and that's what we don't want as a leader, because he's not a leader. He just wants to gain power, and we don't like that, and we don't appreciate that in the House of Representatives. And I encourage all representatives to vote on the mere facts and not the actual what do you call it? I guess you could say,
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
I mean, experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, George.
I'm just going off. I'm sorry. It's just too much to talk about.
I know. George, care to comment on what future speaker said?
Yes, well, I can just tell you this. This Felix guy needs to go back into the funhouse, okay? Because honestly, this clown needs to go back into the circus where he belongs because the American people don't need this circus being ran by the showmaster himself. We don't need that in our country. He's just cooking up a messy pot of lies and disbeliefs for the American
Damn.
people, and he has no place in our government.
I 100% agree with you. Starlight, care to comment on what George said and future speaker said?
I 100 agree with Representative. Well, I 100% agree with Representative McConnell and George. I think we should not have this guy be speaker if he will say things like he said, or if he's just gonna be the speaker just because he wants to get his message about his policies out, or because he just whatever he wants to do. He should be focused on the country and its peoples and its people, not himself. He should be focused on everyone in this country, not himself. And if he has that so much disrespect to his if he treats his representatives, fellow colleagues, that disrespect with that much disrespect, fine. If Roosevelt treats other representatives with that much disrespect, then he should not be speaker, because we work with him. We are his colleagues, and they should not disrespect his colleagues. That's just very unprofessional.
I 100% agree with you. Totally on it. I mean, this Roosevelt is a total failure to the Republican Party. I mean, into the whole entire country as a whole. It doesn't actually care about, you know, I mean, helping this country. He's just doing this so he could advance his policy and to gain some momentum into a future presidential run, which is kind of hilarious and baffling. The guy said it himself, and it's kind of depressing. You know, someone who thinks he's here for someone who says country over party, he does a pretty bad at, you know, keeping his word.
It definitely is.
Anyways, this is going on forever and ever. Mr. McConnell, care to comment?
I love how he's saying we're giving him, quote, free publicity when he's just making an absolute clown of himself, quite frankly. And really, it's just making a mockery of himself. And, you know, he shouldn't be taking this as, oh, this is great publicity. He should be taking this as a wake up call that, you know, he's clearly being an absolute clown, an absolute jackass to the entire Republican Party. And really, displaying himself in a very disrespectful manner. And I believe he might not even make it on the House floor, considering that an expulsion might be in his future soon. Considering that this is very unbecoming of a representative, and the fact that he's bringing this and the fact that he's doing this in the public eye is an absolute shame. We can't have this in a representative. And he's continuing to do so. He's refused to stop, and he believes he's making true points that aren't points at all. He should join. He should join. The Charles Roosevelt should join. I would love to debate him because
Well,
this would be a great thing to
we wish
to
we
speak about.
could, but the guy doesn't have a microphone to speak on. So there's no
Oh,
point.
Exactly, and I don't know how. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how he expects to be Speaker of the House when he can't even speak with a microphone and properly preside over the House. He's going to have to type so much because, you know, as a presiding officer, you have to speak a lot at the beginning of sessions, at the end of sessions, to hear motions, you have to be very on top of things very quickly. Um, you have to hear people's motions, hear people's parliamentary inquiries. This can move. The House sessions move very quickly, and especially that if they're done in VC, you need a speaker that can immediately tend to these questions and these motions immediately. And the fact that if they're ruled out of order, subject to the call of the chair, and if they're ruled, or that they're sustained, I'm sorry, then you need a speaker that can act on that quickly. And we don't need somebody like Mr. Roosevelt that not only insults people and sends other people to do his bidding, as we've seen. He's sending Mr. Hayes to do his bidding for him and to speak to other people for him, which is an absolute shame as well.
You know,
He's just shown terrible qualities.
might I add, Mr. Hayes doesn't even want to join the Newsmax episode. He says, nah, it's gonna be a SH word show, and I'm like, how is it gonna be that kind of thing? You're here to defend yourself and your colleague who couldn't even represent himself because he doesn't even have a microphone. He's a total failure. Roosevelt's a failure. Hayes is a failure. It's kind of funny to think about it.
100% is. It truly is funny.
I mean, if Hayes is scared to debate us, if he's scared to debate us, then why should he be president? If he's scared of debate, there's no point for him to be president of the United States. And there's also no point for Roosevelt to be Speaker of the House if he can't defend himself because he doesn't have a microphone. And as again, to everybody, this is a mic only channel. It's just dumb to type on this kind of thing. It's all the graphics
And
and
if I
stuff.
can add on that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
He claims to be a very strong leader and everything like that, but he can't even defend his own actions. And his only defense to other people is just insulting them and making up these mindless insults that have actual no meaning and substance to what we're actually talking about. Every time I speak to this man, I lose more brain cells every day. It's just an absolute shame. If I keep speaking to this man, I might run out of brain cells to even comprehend what he says, because most of the things that come out of his mouth are it's absolute dog shit, and none of it really makes sense. And the fact that he's treating fellow representatives like this when he wants to run for speaker, it's not going to go in his favor. And the representatives are going to see that, and the American people are going to see that. He says he puts his country over party, but he clearly puts his party over his country. He has no regard for anybody from the Republican Party, and hell, he doesn't even have any regard for anybody from the Democrat Party. He puts his party first and the people last, and we've seen that. He is not representing his people in the professional way he should. He's just resulted to calling people idiots, making these absurd claims. And that's really all he's been doing.
Hey guys,
it's just a shame.
Hey guys, guess what?
What?
Mr. Roosevelt just switched parties.
To what?
What? He went back to the Democrat?
Yeah, he went back to the Democrat Party.
Well, listen, and why is he saying? Why is he saying be ready for hell, Republicans?
Yeah,
if he becomes president, any bill he wants the House to pass or anything like that, and he's going to disrespect the House and not appreciate the House of Representatives and abuse his power as president of the United States, we will deny every bill. And if he continues his actions and starts beginning to do illegal actions such as high crimes, misdemeanors, and treason against our country, he will be subject to impeachment, and we will call him to hearings if needed. We cannot have this in a president that will disrespect and disregard the House. The House is an integral body to this country, and especially to the Congress. We need the House of Representatives and Senate to act on this. We cannot have a president like this.
Also, just to add, everyone, can we please give some claps for Cody Jarvis, who is now in the lead for his election. I hope he wins, honestly, because honestly,
I love how he's saying he's going to be the.
I like to clarify on the electoral map. Cody Jarvis is running for the Independent Party. He is not running for the Republican Party right now. But we are expecting that Jarv is going to win his home state of Nevada. So let's hope to see how that goes.
I hope voters see, and I really hope the voters see, and the American people say that we need either Cody Jarvis to win over Mr. Hayes. He is proven to be an absolute disgrace to this country, and we do not need that. And he is a failure of a president, a failure of a future president. I'm sorry, and we do not need this. because he won't do a damn thing for our country. He's not a very likable person, as you've seen. He's created many enemies throughout his campaign trail, more than he's created acquaintances. And he should really be working with fellow representatives in the House, and he should be working with senators. But instead, he's been trying to fight them, which when presidents try to fight Congress, it never works too well because Congress is a very significant component within our government. If you don't have the legislative branch, you really don't have much of a government. It will be very difficult for the president of the United States to get anything done, including his fiscal budgets, including his what do you call it, budgeting for his departments. It's going to be very difficult for him to do anything without Congress. And if he wants to continue to fight Congress, we will not be afraid to fight back and bite back. Because honestly, we're not going to have this in a president that wants to fight his own Congress and his own government officials. We will boot him out as fast as he got in if he gets elected.
Yeah, and might I add to this? As a member of, I'll tell you this, guys. If Jarv loses the election, they're taking it straight to the Supreme Court, and this election is a total catastrophe for the American people. This election, in my opinion, is just it's a mockery of how this country should be running. This country should be electing people who will actually fight for the American people, not people who fight for their own party and who do not represent American values. Especially somebody who got angry over a simple argument. And might I add, he muted Cody Jarvis because he was just disagreeing, and he literally shut off the debate because he was getting mad over argument. This guy has a temper issue, and he cannot be president if he can't handle the simple argument factor of being a president. There's no reason he should be running a country if he does this kind of stuff. Just saying. Care to comment?
Oh wait, this was directed to me?
Yes.
Well, I mean, as you've seen, it's just very fascinating to see an FEC member also being a presidential candidate, also very, very strong partisan views on certain things, especially considering that FEC members are supposed to remain neutral in terms of their political values and ideologies. So it's very contradicting that you have a president of the presidential candidate also being a FEC member of the Federal Election Commission. So when you see these two things, you start to wonder: are these elections compromised? So it's just a thing to look at, and we will have to investigate this. I'm afraid the House will be summoning probably many FEC members to investigate what's been going on and if there has been any voter fraud occurring. Because we need to ensure that our elections are stable and that we're providing transparent information to the American people to ensure they're not going to be impeded upon by the government. We cannot have. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Ronald.
Oh, you're good.
It kind of reminds me of my days in a special education classroom because kids cannot make up their mind with what they're doing. So, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes me wonder, is Felix a kid because he has so many wolves and he can't decide on one thing to do?
Yeah, and might I add to this, everything that Hayes has been doing to his candidates and his vice president has been doing to Jarv, who's currently running for president, is all the signs of a dictatorship. If Hayes can't handle his temper when in an argument, if Hayes can't handle the fact and he just mutes his opponents, that is a dictator. And a dictator shouldn't be president at all. What do you think, Mr. Future Speaker? Sorry, I have to call it Future Speaker because we all know that you're getting the votes.
Yeah, well, yes, I don't really have too much of a competition, I'm afraid. But I appreciate you. I concur with what you said completely on the basis that we haven't. I mean, I just keep coming back to this point because it's just very shocking and appalling to see that we have an election candidate managing and these debates, and he's shutting down debates because it apparently violated some kind of regulations that we've haven't even confirmed that were true. We can't have someone controlling the debates while they're a candidate. There was no stage moderator present. What? I just don't understand this. This makes no sense at all. And the fact that he's doing this really does prove our point of being a dictatorship and the one party controlling all here. And it's an absolute shame. And we shouldn't have this in a democracy like we are. And we should honestly.
You
I
cut
don't
out.
even. Wait, the house is. Oh, am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You cut out. Just go back a couple sentences and we'll go back on
I'm
track.
sorry. All right. All right. So yeah, I just find it appalling how we have an FEC member controlling and dictating these debates and shutting them down based on how they feel and how maybe they violated some kind of terms of service. But we were never informed of what kind of terms of service. We were just told it was some kind of terms of service. But I would like to investigate that further as well, because we can't have presidential candidates being federal election commission members, because it just really it's an absolute breach of our election integrity, and it's a shame that we have this in our country right now, especially during a very pivotal moment in our democracy.
I would like to clarify. Felix Levin Hayes was only having influence over the Senate elections, and I'm pretty sure the congressional elections as well. To clarify into that, so he's not actively running the presidential election, but we cannot confirm that he has any that he doesn't have influence over the presidential election. So we can't confirm that, but we can confirm that he was, from what we know by confirmation, he was only running the Senate and House elections. So yeah, but we're not sure if he has any influence over the current presidential election, which he's running for right now.
It's confusing to see too, because apparently Mr. Roosevelt also said he's running for president as well, but his campaign, I guess, was cut off or suspended because he also ran for the House, which is not allowed. You can't run for two offices and win two offices. I mean, this is just basic. This is basic rules, because you can't have two federal positions at the same time, especially in two different branches of government. It's a shame. It's an absolute shame. And I will not, and to Mr. Hayes' point, I will not be appointing all Republicans. I will be appointing Democrats and Republicans, and I will be utilizing the merit system as I should. I will not be appointing them based on their political affiliation, because I don't put my party over my country. I put my country over my party. I will be appointing people that are actually competent. I will be ensuring that the House is almost equal, with representatives from each side of the aisle, and we will be making sure that the House represented from both parties. This is not a Democrat Republican issue. This is an American issue, and we must get it together, folks. And that's all I'll say for now. I'll yield my time to Mr. Mike.
Well, anyways, going back onto what the guy Roosevelt, when he switched parties today, it was kind of hilarious. We had to grill him so hard for him to be like, screw it, these guys don't love me enough. I mean, nobody likes him. The house is a Roosevelt's a train wreck, and the DNC is in front of the train wreck. So he's a joke. Roosevelt's a total joke. And it is funny because earlier he was going, I'm going to become Speaker of the House. The Republicans are going to support me. All this blah, blah, blah nonsense. And everybody knows, and you know, that Roosevelt has zero respect from anybody except Hayes and some of Hayes' supporters. That's it. Nobody else likes the guy. He's a train wreck. And he's just a puppet of the Hayes administration, or a future Hayes administration, which probably is going to happen. And I bet.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead. My bad.
I bet he's going to be a cabinet member at this point. He's sucking up to the future president, or not even future president, presidential nominee too much. He might try to be going for cabinet, really, And the fact that he's attacking me and my experience and my integrity is appalling because he hasn't even shown any sort of experience or represented any experience of him being speaker before, especially considering that he didn't even answer a basic question I had for him, and he's failed to recognize that he can't properly preside over the House because he doesn't even have a microphone. And yeah, good for you. You're good friends with Hayes. This is just another telling sign that these two are making a secret coalition together to undermine the values of the American people. And he doesn't put his people. He doesn't put the people over his party. He clearly puts his own party over the people. He does not care about the American people because he's been working with the Democrats and he only cares about Democrat control. Clearly, he switched his party because that's how much he cares about his political affiliation.
Yeah.
If he didn't care about his political affiliation, he would remain a Republican and work with his fellow colleagues. But instead, he values his party over the people of this country.
100% true. I mean, this is all a secret coalition. And honestly, it's not. It doesn't even feel like a conspiracy theorist or conspiracy theory anymore. The more we look at it, the more it looks like this guy. The only goal is to cause total chaos to this country and establish a dictatorial regime with the future Hayes administration. And it's pretty sad where this country's heading towards. And if this happens, there might be serious consequences.
I agree with you. Like, it scares me to see that this might be a place where we're going. And, like, I think we all should be worried about that.
Yes, we should be worried about it. And it's the election integrity is at stake, too. I personally thought that the election was going to be GOP election was going to be rigged. But the thing is, I only won the nomination, but I resigned beforehand, the Republican Party. The reason why I won was solely because Roosevelt got disqualified from the presidential election because he was running for the House of Representatives. So total joke. And it's kind of appalling that a Democrat was trying to run for the Republican nomination before he switched parties to the Democrats. Mr. McConnell, are you there? Would you care to comment? McConnell?
I'm here. Just the blatant fact that he had to switch his party just shows he no longer has Republican support due to the fact that he can't work with the Republicans because all he does is insult them. All he does is insult people, and that quite evidently is not going to get him anywhere in the House. Not only in the House, but for his apparent bid at the presidency, it will fail inevitably. It will fail, and it will be quite a tremendous fail too, considering the fact that he can't even get his own emotions under control. His motions override and supersede everything he does, and it's quite clear to the American people. It's sad that we have to watch this gradual. I don't even know how to say this, but a gradual decline of a person because their ego is taking over their identity. Essentially, we have an ego-driven representative, and quite frankly, this is not gonna fly in the House any longer. If he brings this to the House floor, the Ethics Committee will investigate it. And the Ethics Committee will make sure that something like this never happens because we cannot have this. The American people cannot be because Congress is essentially the quote eyes and ears of the people. They are supposed to be the first line of transparency between the American people and the government. We cannot have the Congress and the House of Representatives being in absolute disarray and shambles because somebody can't be a proper speaker and properly preside over the House. We need a professional speaker. We need a speaker with actually a microphone, and we need a speaker that will take initiative and actually get the House running. And I don't believe this Representative Mr. Roosevelt will do any of that. He has failed to show that he can take control over his temper, and when he doesn't get what he wants, he simply insults people. And that's what he's done to all of us on this stage, and that's what he continues to do. Yeah.
It's a shame. It's really a shame how this guy thinks he's confident enough to lead the House of Representatives and represent the American people on the House floor. It's truly appalling.
Yeah, His district should be ashamed.
Yeah, his district should truly be ashamed. And then I honestly hope they don't even elect him at all. And it's funny. You know what's funny? It's cute because Charles Roosevelt wants to run for president next election, but guess what? He can't because if of course the Hayes administration wins the presidency, I guess Charles Roosevelt can't really become the Democrat nomination, can he? No, he can't. So that's good for us, I guess, and the whole American people. We don't have to have this clown running for president unless he switches parties back to the Republican Party, which will never actually work because nobody actually appreciates the guy.
The RNC doesn't want him. I can assure you that one.
Yeah,
He has clearly shown his incompetence, and not even making it on the House floor yet. He talks this big game like he's going to do all of this. I'd love to see him propose some legislation before we begin our first session, and we still need a clerk to preside over the first session. We still need all of that. I may step up to be clerk of the House just for this session, so we can have somebody that can properly preside over the House and knows the procedure for the first session of the House of Representatives, the opening session. We need to ensure that we can provide a proper, well-organized, in compliance with parliamentary procedure, House session. And we need to make sure we have our House standing rules passed. We need to make sure that we have all of our necessary bills passed. And representatives are encouraged to start making bills now for not only their districts but for the country as a whole, because we should prioritize our country and the federal government.
100%
Because that's what we are.
Like, I know I've
Yes.
spent all day yesterday, I think, working on bills for my district and for my country. We cannot wait any longer to get to work. We must get to work now and ASAP.
I 100% agree. Also, to all our viewers, for everybody to know that the House session will be live on Newsmax whenever the time comes. So it'll be saved and everything else. So the American people get a first eye view of what's going on the House floor. So hopefully Newsmax will be there and broadcast it. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what happens. But yeah, it's what else do we gotta say about this? What else do we gotta say? Because I think we said everything, guys.
Yeah, honestly, if this Hayes guy becomes president, we're gonna have some very we're gonna have major issues, and I hope this president asides the differences and actually puts forth the effort to provide for the American people, because he hasn't really displayed any qualities that actually show a leader. He's shown that he's putting his party and his party members over the big picture as a whole, and we can't have this within the House.
It kind of seems like he that he doesn't know what respect is, that he doesn't understand what it is. Like, I've seen this when I had a job back in Kansas City, full education. And this is just disappointing because as a representative, you should hold yourself to a higher standard.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I 100% agree
You
with you.
shouldn't make fun of your coworkers, or you shouldn't call them idiots or buffoons. You should treat them with the same respect you want to be treated with.
100% agree. I want to announce to all of our Newsmax viewers that Newsmax will be broadcasting the presidential election and the whole entire electoral map, giving accurate analysis of the election. This will be happening at hold on, everybody. I have to pull it up. At 11:35 p.m. EST. It would be early due to the time issue between the founder who is running the election and the American time zone, EST, MST, and PST, and Central Standard Time as well, included to that factor. So hopefully everybody will be able to watch the broadcast, and if you can't watch it live, it'll be saved, and it will be replayed tomorrow.
Yeah, I know I will be watching it very closely, and I think
I agree.
Representative McConnell will as well, because we need to make sure that what happens is how it's supposed to be, and that there's no election fraud in it.
I 100%. I agree 100%. In this election, it must be pretty clear that this election is safe, and if it isn't safe, the House, hopefully, you guys will investigate it, because it's either this election will be taken to either this election will be taken to the Supreme Court or be taken to the House of Representatives. Because if this election turns out to be a falsified election, then this country's going in a really odd place.
So we will be having every single FEC member testify and be summoned to Congress via subpoena, or we might run a brief investigation, of course, run through everything and issue a subpoena there. Because we need these individuals to appear in Congress so we can actually get something done and actually get to the bottom of this issue. Because if they are summoned, they are given their oath to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that they will actually testify properly, we can ensure that we can get accurate results and accurate answers from these people and proceed with how we believe it's needed and necessary to, because we won't have election fraud in this country. And let me tell you something, it will be a shame. It will not happen, and we will ensure that it won't happen. And we will be working very closely with the Senate to possibly bring up impeachment if this does occur, because this is classified as treason. You're going against your country willingly. And this is a crime as well,
Yeah.
multiple crimes.
I mean, just think about this. We all seen the election announcements for when the House elections happen. Felix, who is a president, who is a running for president, who should not be in the FEC at all, who should not, be in the talks, should not have access to the channel, was literally managing the House and Senate election. That is what we should be worried about. And what if Felix does the same with the presidential election? This is a reminder. Take my dog outside. This is a reminder.
What happened? I heard
Oh.
background.
Sorry, my Alexa went off, my bad. But like, we should really look at this closely, because if Felix is managing the House and the Senate elections, can we take it seriously at all?
I don't think we can take this election seriously, but I hope that this election is ran, and it is ran by competent people like Reagan, and that's the only person that's from what we know is running the election. But we're not sure if the Felix Hayes or his vice presidential candidate or Roosevelt has any influence with the election. But it could be happening, but we can't confirm it. But hopefully this election is going to be the safest one, especially for its first election in history in this group. Let's hope it's going to be the first election to be good, and hopefully it's not going to be the last election we have, because Felix Hayes does appear as a dictator sometimes, and it's pretty frightening.
Yes, and the fact that Mr. Hayes is saying that if this is going to be a politically motivated attack against him, it's simply not true. And his FEC role, yep, his FEC role is gone. So we've successfully got him removed from the FEC for the remaining of this election.
See, he's
maintaining that
trying to
stability.
see. We hit him with the hard facts, and then he just gets butthurt about it, and we're like, oh, my reputation's getting destroyed. I gotta bail. That's what's going on right now.
And he's trying to again put a political. He's trying to make this perceived like a political witch hunt, to say that we're essentially only investigating him, and it's not even only the House. It's also House is investigating him and him only. That's not true. We're investigating the entire FEC, and the Oversight Committee, I hope, will subpoena and summon each and every one of them to testify if this was a fair and proper election, and they will bring in necessary documentation, and results to ensure that our election was not fraudulent. And we will be putting members that are actually competent and not biased on this matter. So we will be putting necessary people on this committee to ensure that we can have accurate results. We will be having equal Democrat, equal Republican, and a ranking member, of course, on this committee, and we'll have a chairman.
Well, amen to that. It's
So we
good
will
for
be
bipartisanship on the House of Representatives.
Indeed.
Because if it's just all those Republicans deciding on if the election was rigged or not, it kind of removes the open-mindedness of the House. So it's good that you're saying that.
It seems like Roosevelt is just ignoring what McConnell was saying, because he literally just said that Republicans are not launching a witch hunt into Felix. It's going to be around the whole election, whether he wins or loses.
To pause into that, we got some news on the election right now. The election, some states are already being called already. Hold on, everybody, let me pull these up. Hold on, everybody. 1 second, bear with me. We can call the following states of Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona to Felix Hayes.
And I also feel like we should bring up on how, I know we already talked about this, but why does Roosevelt think that Felix will just ruin the Republicans when he's a Democrat? And shouldn't the president not set their political differences aside and work together regardless of their party to make sure that the people have what they need?
It's this whole entire election's a joke. I'm just gonna say it. I appreciate that Reagan is running the election, but however, I do feel like there's some sort of influence going on with the election. So we'll have to see what happens. Let's try to get Jarvin here. What do y'all think?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the presidential candidate.
He could give his inputs on election and everything else, Roosevelt, whatever.
We're getting him in.
Yeah, Woody's the primary candidate, so
Let's see. Let's see if he joins.
see how he's doing.
He's probably not really happy about the results right now.
It's okay.
Yeah, but it would definitely make history to be the first. Correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody has ran as an independent since George Washington.
That's true.
Because George Washington, there wasn't really parties yet. There might have been the Democratic Party. I don't think the Democratic Party was around.
No, they weren't. I think it was there was the Federalists and the Democratic Republican Party.
Yeah. So Jaws would literally be making history. And I think that's just so cool, because it would be the second independent president since what? Not 1776 or something like that?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure. We would have to get back onto that later for confirmation. Anyways.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's just something you never want to see. You don't want to see somebody as immature as this man attempting to become president. I mean, it's just a shame. And then he continues and proceeds to undermine the people and continue to insult everybody and call them, quote, kids when they're the voters. We're not kids, sir. We're voters of the American people, and we are the people, and we will remain to be the people. And you cannot deprive the people of their right to vote and quite frankly undermine them in such a way. It's a shame that we've continued to entertain this, and we cannot hold hold
Hey,
this any longer.
hold
We
that thought.
must.
Hold that thought. Okay, we got word from the FEC that Cody Jarrett's home state in Nevada is actually getting. It's a pretty close election right now. It's second to the Democratic nominee of Felix Hayes by less than 100,000 votes right now. Jarve is 100,000 votes away from what we are seeing to winning his home state of Nevada.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important for him to win that state.
100% agree. If he wins his home state,
I wonder who's going to win California.
Huh?
The Democrats. I think the Democrats are. Wait, yeah, California's Democratic strongholds here still. So
yeah,
we'll see.
It's pretty. You know, hopefully one
I
day
know-
the Democrats can just lose California one day. We'll see.
I'm no expert, don't I assure you, but it seems like what Drav, one of the major states that Drav needs to win is California.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, at this point, there's going to be no point in winning any other state for Jarve because Jarve is no longer the favorite candidate. He hasn't even won a single Midwestern state or Southern state.
I know I voted for him. That's what I know. I submitted my ballot a couple days ago in the mail, and they got it. That's all I know.
Yeah, but let's hope that there is evidence of election fraud. I mean, there's a thought of election fraud and the appearance of election fraud, but we can't really confirm it yet. Sadly.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be investigated by the House. I can assure you that. We will be launching an investigation as soon as we get a speaker.
I would like to
and a majority
also
leader.
mention Jarve did win 2 districts in Nebraska, so let me correct myself. He has won. Yeah, those are pretty important, but he has won 2 districts in Nebraska. So it doesn't really mean anything on the electoral college, but it's something.
It's kind of interesting for when Java said you're rigging this election, and then James R.W. Reagan was saying, no, just wait and see. I'm wondering what he's talking about. That kind of makes me curious.
We've seen a lot of weird things in this election right now. And all I can say is we need a strong House, we need a strong Congress, because from what I've been seeing, if Mr. Hayes wins the presidency, we won't be having a strong executive branch, and that we have to take matters into our own hands as the legislative branch.
The only strong thing that his administration will ever have is the this very strong dictatorship that he'll have, and it's going to be very scary. The things he has done this campaign season are he's making a mockery of his own party and of his supporters, because his supporters are essentially voting for a dictatorship. By the way he's been acting around me and Jarve, total dictatorship. In the way he's been acting around you guys too, total dictatorship vibes. It's very appalling.
It is, and I think we should, as American citizens, we should be worried about it. We should not be worried about it. We should definitely take this in consideration and hope for the best, but don't expect the best.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, it's been an hour and 23 minutes of broadcast. Well, actually, no, let's keep this going. We need to get Jarve in here. And then once Jarve's done and all that crap, we'll get to, and then we'll start getting to the ending part of this broadcast. How's that sound, guys?
That
sounds good. We need to know who the people we're going to decide for president.
Amen. Amen to that. Well, as again, Felix Hayes is just he's a weird kind of guy. He's weird. He's messed up. He doesn't respect the First Amendment right of others, and he's shown that himself.
And to be quite frankly, I don't think Roosevelt does either.
And might I add, yesterday when I was moderating the debate, I didn't really have permissions to meet. I couldn't I couldn't do anything, really. I couldn't mute them or anything or at all. I was just giving them questions. I asked both candidates, Jarv and Hayes, will you condemn white supremacy? Jarv was like, yes, I will condemn white supremacy, and he did. Felix says, nada. Didn't even say anything. He said, there's no white supremacy going on in the group, so there's no reason for me to condemn it. And I'm like, still, it's a serious issue. It's going to happen. Every group has some sort of white supremacy going on. It's always been there. You know, there's people saying slurs, people, and they get banned. But the white supremacy things is an issue.
What's your place on it, Mike?
My place on it is that I fully condemn it. I mean, I do follow the Jewish faith, and I usually when I go online and talk about it, usually some people just be total white supremacists about it and joke around, and not in good jokes, in a demeaning kind of joke. They say they're joking, but it's a matter of will he admit that he's wrong? Because the thing is, you have to condemn it. If you don't condemn it, that's like lighting a candle on fire and then pouring gasoline on it. It's a joke. Yeah. What do you think, McConnell? What's your comment on this?
Well, I completely condemn it. I mean, I'm a Catholic, I am a Christian, and I believe, and my religion believes in, you should respect everyone as you should respect yourself, and you should treat thy neighbor as you treat yourself, and how you would like to be treated. Regardless of your political affiliation, regardless on the account of your race, your skin color, your party, your religion, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me at all. You believe in what you want to believe in, and that's what makes this country so great. The First Amendment right to freely exercise your religion, the 14th Amendment right to assert that everyone's free and everybody has the same rights under the Constitution, under the pretenses of the Constitution. The 13th Amendment right giving Black people the right to vote. The 19th Amendment right giving women the rights to vote. I mean, these are monumental strides in our country's history that we've grown and learned from, and that's what we should be working on: growth and learning, and not focusing on the past anymore. The past is left in the past for a reason, and we need to combat these fundamental issues before our country.
For a new and better future.
Amen. Amen to that.
And it's funny that Felix said nothing about it, while Jarvis says it should not happen, or condemns it. And I think that kind of speaks to what Felix will be as a president. He will not do anything about it. He will just sit there.
Yeah, and it shows. I mean, who was a white supremacist? Hitler. Dictatorship.
You don't need a Hitler situation in the United States, or even in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think. See, when someone who talks like a dictator and does things like a dictator and shows action of dictatorship, and silences his enemies, that are immediate signs of dictatorship. But when he didn't even dare to condemn white supremacy, that reminds me of somebody with the weird mustache guy, who shouldn't have ever been running in the German state, and it's truly a mockery. He's basically doing a mockery of him sometimes. It feels like it. This guy is a total dictator, and he should not be running for president or be president at all.
100% agree with you. I think it's imperative that we do not elect Felix. I think he will do more damage than is good.
Exactly.
Yes, and what we're doing here is we're not advocating for a trifecta within the Republican Party, but we're trying to stabilize our democracy as a whole. Amen. We need to ensure that these radical people, and it's not even on the account of party, it's on the account of actions and what has been done by these individuals. We cannot have somebody with this type of ideology and mindset to run our country. He will run it to the ground, and he will turn us into Nazi Germany once again in 1949. And I believe he will do that, and I believe he will do that strongly. If the American people need to vote on either a man of the people or an absolute dictator, which we cannot have in this country.
Exactly. We need to think about this as country over party. We all may be Republicans here, but our country is more important. We all know this.
But I like to correct McConnell. Hitler became dictator of Nazi Germany in 1934, not 1945.
Oh yeah, 1934. Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah. We must protect the people, and we must also support our party. But utmost is the people. Can we all agree to this?
Yeah, we can all agree.
Because if we are not, and if we do not have the support of the people who elect us, then what do we have? We just have a fancy title. That means nothing unless you have the support of the American people.
Yeah, and I like to state to Mr. Roosevelt as someone who had ancestors who were in the Holocaust. It really, it's not a big deal that he got the date wrong. That can happen sometimes. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So yeah. So let's get on to something here. This Felix Hayes campaign motto, he just mentioned it again: country over party.
Oh wow, that is ironic.
Yeah, it is very ironic, you know. But go talk about that. I want we got to hear about that again.
I think it
Yeah,
matters
well-
if it's your campaign motto.
McConnell.
I really thought we spoke enough about this. I mean, this guy is the most and clear amount of party over country that we've ever seen. He's put his party, the Democrat Party, over the people for a while now. He has no pure values for the country, but rather he supports his personal party agenda and his goals within the Democratic Party. He doesn't have regard for the people, rather, or the majority of the people, because I mean we have to go back to Washington's 3 points here. He believed that we couldn't derive from regionalism, and we needed to move away from that. Back in the 1700s, as you know, in the early 1800s, we had regionalism and whatnot that was plaguing our country. It wasn't really political affiliations. So part of Washington's 3 points consisted of you had your country over your region, or which regionalism now equates today to your political affiliation, or your state, or your state's beliefs, which is pretty much political party as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what this is a simple contradiction and very ironic thing, and very
Childish.
false narrative that the president is depicting, or the presidential nominee is depicting. I mean, he is just not the best individual for the position, and he's definitely very contradicting in everything he says. So by him saying he puts his country over his party is very false, and I would take that as very false, and the fact that he's lying to the people is just a shame.
Yeah, 100%
I agree.
Go
Because
on.
we honestly have to be truthful with the people. We cannot just lie to them. We must treat them with the same respect as we will treat anyone. That's number one, utmost important.
100% agree with you on that.
Because if we do not treat them as people, they will not re-elect us, or they will not elect us. That's not good, because we must make sure that they have the best representation they can.
Amen to that.
I couldn't agree less.
Yep. This entire
I couldn't agree more.
let's go on a little short break real quick. and we'll get back onto the conversation, folks.
Yep.
Well, it's gonna be really short. We'll be bringing Freedom Lives Trump's Washington speech on the independence of our country. We'll be right back for a short break.
Wait.
From head to toe, George Washington represented the strength, grace, and dignity of the American people. From a small volunteer force of citizen farmers, he created the Continental Army out of nothing and rallied them to stand against the most powerful military on earth. Through 8 long years, through the brutal winter at Valley Forge, through setback after setback on the field of battle, he led those patriots to ultimate triumph. When called upon again, he presided over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and was unanimously elected our first president. When he stepped down after 2 terms, his former adversary, King George, called him the greatest man of the age. He remains first in our hearts to this day. For as long as Americans love this land, we will honor and cherish the father of our country, George Washington.
All right, we are back after that really short break. It's kind of funny because Roosevelt was saying, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be a short break." Yeah, totally. Actually, it was just 2 minutes long. That's not long, is it, guys? Is that a long break? Is that a long break? You tell me. Is that a long break? Cause we all know how breaks usually are for real life these companies. All those long freaking ad breaks. Like 10-minute ad breaks, it's so repetitive. Anyways, so oh, Starlight just disconnected. Hopefully, you there, McConnell? McConnell?
I am here, yes.
All right, I want to make sure I wasn't having any connectivity issues. Okay. Anyways,
I'm too busy arguing with this imbecile. I'm not even gonna say imbecile because that's the same exact thing he said, but. The presidential nominee is still going after myself and Dr. Light, saying that he quote never attacked us, but he clearly has. He hasn't attacked us directly, but he's agreed with many points that Mr. Roosevelt has said, meaning that he's part of the issue of the attacks, and that's one of the reasons that we believe that he's not putting his country over his party. He's been clearly doing it, and I don't know what the screenshot's really representing, but it's clearly. Let me take a look at it. Vote for a puppet.
it
I don't really see how that's.
Yeah, it might not add all those memes were created by Cody Jarvis, who's running for the presidential election as an independent. And the thing is, his vice presidential candidate was actually trying to silence Jarb for posting those memes. Seriously.
Ironic.
Yeah.
Ironic.
Yeah. But anyways, Felix wanted me to cover this, and he said, "Please explain to me why I'm not putting my country over party." We'll do it. We'll do it right now. First, you try to silence Jarv. You close the debate. You muted Jarv in a freaking DC because he called you a dictator, and he said, "Oh, is this a dictator thing?" and all that crap. You did that. And then you guys try to you guys try to accuse me of using an alternate account. An alternate account. You guys confuse Mike Kennedy with my name, Mike, and you guys try to silence me by trying to get me banned. It shows how he's just trying to put his party over country, and you guys got to this. What else has he done that contradicts country over party?
Oh, well, he's done numerous things. I mean, I could also start off that the fact that he was agreeing profusely with the Representative Roosevelt, who we've been covering numerous times during this broadcast, especially considering that these two are the reason that these partisan attacks are being led, and this is mere propaganda here. That the evidence that he's presented is just mere propaganda. It's real. It's really nothing. To the extent that it would be what do you call it, a huge attack, but I could agree it is propaganda, but the fact that he's still continuing to put his party over his country and make these political attacks.
It
He's
might
made political attacks with
to answer what he said to me. He said that has nothing to do with my party. Yes, it does, and also it contradicts the country part too. If you really care about your country, you would also care about the First Amendment right of others. Is that country over party? No.
I don't think he understands. I don't think he
Yeah.
understands the severity of what he does, because he is a presidential candidate. He's going to have a lot of responsibilities, a lot of public attention, and he needs to ensure that he's making the right moves in public. And he's clearly not doing that. And
Clearly.
by saying that has nothing to do with his party, he's very much wrong on that fact, because everything he's doing is pertaining to his party basis. Him and Mr. Roosevelt have been attacking myself and multiple representatives today, based on their political affiliation. Mr. Roosevelt has been making very much numerous comments, and Mr. Hayes hasn't been making them directly. I can give him that, but he has been agreeing with them, and we will not tolerate that. And it's just disrespect, and it just shows that he is contradicting his mission statement and his motto. He does value his party more than the country, and it's a shame.
You know, when I was running for president, I had this guy who came to my very own, like, you know, like the little campaign thread section of the server. You can post your policies and whatnot. None of my supporters or me have actually attacked him on the campaign page where he's posting his policies on, or anything, or even like talked to him on it, you know, or attacked, whatever, if he wants to call it attacking. It's just campaigning. But the thing is, it's funny. One of his own supporters came to my very own campaign page. What?
Fascinating.
And he didn't tell. Let me clarify. He didn't tell him to do it. But the thing is, I asked him to condemn it. He didn't even bother to condemn it. He cares more about that than he does the country and the integrity of his own campaign.
Which, can we talk about how Marcus A. Townsend has not been heard from for the past 2 days or so? Like, is this how active he will be during the campaign? I mean, during the presidency?
Yeah, his very own vice presidential candidate has not even talked. Let me put this in. Let me put from. Hold on, folks.
I mean, he's making these claims. He has no facts.
He has not spoken since the 3rd of January.
And now he's asking Mr. Kennedy live, publicly, if he's ever attacked him during his campaign. Apparently, now we're gonna watch it, what he says in his response, because this is just desperate at this point. It's a shame that he's doing this. And let me tell you, folks, we will be getting this House of Representatives up, and we will be working to get committee assignments established immediately, and we will have the House standing rules passed almost immediately as well. We need to ensure that the House is up and ready to go, along with the Senate, because Congress needs to act immediately and as soon as possible. We can't have this anymore.
And Mike Kennedy responded to Felix for clarification. Felix didn't attack his congressional campaign or attacked him personally, but however, he did attack the campaign, and try to silence Jarv and me. He tried to silence me by accusing me of using an alternate account. And
I mean, I've been attacked by Mr. Roosevelt numerous occasions, which what's it called? Mr. Felix has also called us idiots as well. So I took that as a personal offense. But of course, you have to also take into consideration that he's trying to essentially run this down into the ground and try to make this out of nothing and try to downplay it, I guess you could say. But he's going to still continue this, and it's a shame that he's still trying to make up these claims, especially the fact that he's insulting other people, and it's just very unbecoming of a president as well.
100% is.
Accusing people of an alt. Oh my God, it's just these claims are just awful. I mean, you know, the claims of things that are out of terms and and from other communities shouldn't even be brought up here. It's just disgusting. If you're bringing up things that don't even have anything to do with that in our country, in our universe, I guess you could say, it shouldn't even be addressed, because honestly, it's disgusting that you would even be addressed, because we don't have a bias either. We really don't.
Yeah, 100%.
We don't have a bias. We only report the facts. They report the facts.
Yeah, only the facts.
And
I mean, there are some opinions in there, but it is pretty factual. This dude's company is pretty factual.
it's sad that they attack the media too. That's what dictators do as well. They attack the media.
Oh, they hide the media.
Oh yeah, they hide the media, and then they attack anything that contradicts their agenda or their perception of the world or their values and their policies.
Guys, just think about this. Felix, I'm done listening to this biased news. So is that
Felix? Yeah, I agree. We're not calling Felix a white supremacist. He's refused to condemn white supremacy.
Yeah.
That's what he's done.
I'm done listening to this biased news. What? Are you saying that the news is biased?
Well, he's just doing anything he can at this point.
Yeah.
And we'd love to invite. Can we invite him up into the show?
You know, if he wants to, go ahead. He can be in here all he wants.
Let's bring him on the show. Let's prove that we're not biased or whatever he alleges.
Yeah, let's bring him up here.
We're still waiting on some people because I guess their microphone's not working or something. We have their studio getting set up, so might as well get him up here. We're openly inviting Mr. Felix Hayes onto the show as per the request of Mr. Michael Adortis himself. So if he wants to talk the smack, he can come up here and talk to us.
He says we're biased, but how can we be biased if he refuses to join us?
See, he doesn't want to join. He doesn't want to.
He says no thank you, but he continues attacking.
If he wants to, see, he wants to continue talking about how this company's all biased. This company was made just to just bias this and all the crap. If this was all biasness and all just for jobs and whatever campaign and smear and all that crap, why would I make all of this graphics and crap just to smear Hayes and everybody else? This is about spreading the truth around this community. And also, why would I waste my time on this? All of this crap. I spent my time making the graphics. I spent my time making all of this crap happen.
Honestly,
it's stupid.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but like any Democrat can come on this show if they really wanted to.
Yeah, and we are openly inviting any Democrat to join Newsmax, this broadcast right now. If you want to join, just DM me and I'll send you the friend request, and then you can just join. No big deal. Defend your candidate. I don't care. Do it. It's your right as a free American to do that. We're not going to infringe on that. So if you want to join. If you're going to complain about us being biased and you haven't joined, just stop. If you don't, if you're going to talk about
he just contradicted his points too. He contradicted his points by saying, "Oh, they're so biased, this and that." But he also take in consideration that he refuses to even refute anything that we've said on the news. We've offered him multiple times to come up here and speak his opinion. We are open to all ideas. We believe in the First Amendment. The First Amendment comes before everything. That's what makes our country great.
Exactly.
The freedom of expression is the most important amendment. One of the most important.
We also. Yeah. You say what you have to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The First Amendment, the freedom to express. We value that. Newsmax values that.
Yeah, we value
that. And that's why we will not, Newsmax, that's why we will not discriminate against your political party. If you want to come up here and defend your candidate, you can. It doesn't matter to us.
And may I read the First Amendment to everybody here? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress government. See, we're giving him that right to speak on Newsmax, and he doesn't want to. It's a joke.
Yeah, like he can't.
Well, he just wants to smear our and attack the integrity on the Newsmax broadcasting network. And really, what he's just doing is, again, proving our point of his partisan and continuous bias attacks against us, because we're not reporting what he wants to hear. Exactly. And that's a pure message from a dictator. That is a pure trait that a dictator possesses, and we need to stop it, and we need to put an end to it. And the House will be investigating this election, because it's a shame, regardless of who wins, too. I don't care what president wins. We still will be investigating this, because we need to ensure that our FEC remains uncompromised, considering that this individual just resigned from the FEC, prompting more questions to be raised. It's just absolutely appalling.
It's a joke.
Would you want a president to be a founder or to be a co-founder? No, you wouldn't, because they would have all the power in the world. They would literally be a dictatorship. And that would be the same with a FEC member, because they control the elections.
The people that should be controlling the elections. The elections should be controlled by the people. The people should be able to decide the election, not the FEC. People should be able to decide the election by their votes, and it's truly depressing that we're seeing a possible election rig. It's pretty depressing.
It is. We haven't seen this since 2020, right?
Repeat that.
We haven't seen election fraud since what, 2020?
Well, we can't necessarily confirm that the 2020 election was rigged, sadly.
But we did see a lot of public opinion on the matter, and we did see a lot of insurrection. So we don't want another compromised election like that we would see the people getting angry and rioting and protesting, because that's the last thing our country needs at the moment. We need to ensure stability and peace. Newsmax will cover this, and I'm sure they will cover this the best they can. I've been doing great, and I applaud you folks.
I know we're trying to keep the broadcast pretty on the topic as much as possible, to those who are just joining the broadcast, so they can hear what's going on.
We've been here for almost 2 hours, so
yeah, we're trying to get Jarvin here too, so hopefully he can join us.
Mm-hmm.
If he does, we might have to end the broadcast early, though.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're just are we still waiting for our guest, sir?
Yeah. I haven't got any word on him.
And
I mean, I guess we can continue talking about this, because Mr. Hayes is not done, I guess, with his rant, because he's coming back for more.
And if I can make this announcement,
Go ahead.
I am here to announce that I will be running for majority whip of the United States House of Representatives. Representatives, sorry. It is so very imperative that we have someone in office, full majority leader, that knows what they're doing and that will keep us active and that will not fail us. That's why I am wanting to become majority leader. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen to that. I mean, you should be a majority leader. It's important that because listen, if it's the Democrat Party, I hate to be the guy to say it. It sounds pretty partisan when I talk about this, but I don't think I want to trust me personally. I don't trust any of the Democrats right now. They are supporting a dictator.
Listen, a lot of people,
Mm.
a lot of people in the Democratic Party are good
Yeah,
people,
yeah, they are.
good genuine people that can be worked with. But some bad apples, and this goes for the Republican Party too. They're not innocent. There's always these bad apples, and we're
Roosevelt.
seeing that now with Hayes.
Roosevelt was a
We're
bad
seeing that
apple.
with Roosevelt. Oh, Roosevelt was a very bad apple, and if he brings that behavior
we
to
got
the
Jarv
hot
in here. Jarv, sir, you there?
wait, man.
I'm totally here.
Jarv, well, welcome to Newsmax. We've been having this whole entire thing going on. We've been trying to get you in here for as long as we could. Welcome to Newsmax, sir. The election doesn't appear. Yeah?
I just want to apologize for not being here sooner, but I believe that I'm going to win this election, and I've been with my legal team exploring all possible options we might have to take after this election.
Amen to that, because this election is in my opinion becoming a totally fraudulent election.
It totally is.
And Jarv, I applaud you as the owner founder of Newsmax. I hope that you can turn this election over, because this election is possibly fraudulent, and your team. I wish the best for you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
Anyways, so you were there on the debate stage. I mean, we weren't able to broadcast it. However, you were there on the debate stage, and you were asked, "Will you condemn white supremacy?" You said, "I will condemn white supremacy right now. It's bad." And what did your opponent say? What did your opponent say?
Well, my opponent, first of all, when you asked that question, he goes, "I'll let the other guy answer it before me."
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't want to condone it.
He didn't.
Or condemn it.
He didn't. He and you know, as a member of the Jewish faith, I took serious offense of it personally, because you know, a candidate should be able to stand against all terms of white supremacy, and white supremacy does exist on every community. There's racism everywhere you go. It's kind of hard to run away from it nowadays. It's pretty prevalent in this country.
It is, and everybody should be able to stand up who wants to be president and outright say that they condemn white supremacy. They don't go, "Oh, it's not an issue. We don't have to deal with it. It's not an issue." He refused to condemn it.
Yeah, and
He still refuses to do it.
And you know it's hilarious, Jarv. Felix called this news company, Newsmax, a biased news company. And you know what's funny? We've asked him more than 5 times to join Newsmax and defend his policy and opinion on everything we've been saying, and he hasn't bothered to. It shows. It shows so much that he just wants to silence this company when he's president, and everything he does, it's the reminder of a future Felix Hayes dictatorship.
Yeah, it is shameful what Mr. Hayes is doing. I believe if he is elected, he'll be an illegitimate president.
I agree with you, Jarv. I think he'll be a very illegitimate president, and I honestly, I'm afraid this might be the first election that we'll ever see in this group.
And I just want to say, I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal as the deep left state crooked media like Felix Levin Hayes comes after me. I'm not suicidal. I did not kill myself. They're going to try to coup people and voices like Newsmax. I only listen to Newsmax because they're proponents of real news, and that is great. Yeah, and you know what? If I'm not elected president, we will. I'm running for Speaker of the House, and we will get rid of him that way.
Oh,
We
sir,
must
I would leave my seat just just so we could elect you to Speaker of the House just for that
You
one
do
moment.
not have to leave your seat. You just got to vote for me for Speaker.
Yes, well, yes.
McConnell is currently running for a speaker job. He's
Hello.
he's meaning that he will resign from that election for speaker
Jarvis?
for you.
I
I
was going
appreciate
to
that.
issue a written of appointment as well if you'd like to just join the House instead of running for Speaker, because I'm still interested in Speaker of the House. I believe I could do very well in the position, preside, help the majority leader with committee assignments, ensure that our House is in order. Then I'm answering the parliamentary inquiries and whatnot. I believe that's. I could definitely issue a writ of appointment along with many other representatives that wish to do so. We need to ensure that we have competent and qualified individuals like yourself in the House. And yes, I will not be biased to Republicans either. I will be appointing Democrats alike as well. We will not
Well,
be
we will not.
presenting bias.
Our people should not be appointed any Democrat. These people are ruining this country with their idiotic, crime spewing policies. We cannot have Democrats in this country anymore. We got to get rid of them. And I believe, Mr. Quinn, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Your voice sounds kind of familiar. How do I know you?
Probably a couple communities. I've been speaker before. In many communities, I've been a representative. Have you ever been to American Republic or
Yeah.
American Federation or any of the other ones that I've probably
Well,
been in?
but I think there's a very famous clip of you saying, "Oh, I got the video somewhere." I think I have a clip of you saying some very famous words.
Oh, good
Oh,
ones or bad?
oh,
I hope it's good. What is he doing? What is this?
Oh, sorry. The people on Newsback didn't hear it. I'll repeat again. He says, "At American citizens, vote Democrat or your house is gone. Vote someone who's active and not someone who hasn't done jack sh word." And he quotes it. He quotes it after chairman of the Illuminati, which is pretty childish. Care to comment?
Well,
That's very unprofessional.
why is he pinging everyone? Because they're desperate. The Democrats are becoming desperate, and it's quite evident now. This is the former FEC chair. Oh no, this guy is still in the FEC. Supposed to be non-biased.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's a shame. This is just proving our point of we will. Yes, the House will be indefinitely conducting an investigation. This is insane. This is absolutely insane.
The results to this
A little
election
bit
need to be investigated. When you have Supreme Court justices violating their own ethics code by endorsing Mr. Felix Loving Hayes, when you have the FEC chair endorsing Mr. Hayes as a private citizen, that should show you something off. You know,
he's now supporting insurrection.
You know, when Mr. Hayes said he would not, as a member of the FEC, he would not.
Sir,
this is breaking news. This is breaking news.
I hate to cut you off, but we have another message. Thomas Bright, the guy who's running the GOP nomination election, and I'm pretty sure, he said, "I will fuck over this election. Sorry for my foul language. This election, if you vote Republican."
Now this is clear and evident voter election fraud. This
And
is
he's a
insane.
part of
This is coming from the
the FEC.
commissioner as well.
This guy is a part of the FEC. This election is rigged.
Oh, don't worry. We will be investigating these people. Don't worry.
Congress must
Don't you
stand
worry.
up and object to the results of this election.
We will.
We also
and the
got.
fact that he's
We also
encouraging
got.
insurrection.
We also got other news too. He is supporting January 6th. He's saying that he will raid the United States Capitol. He just said it.
Fine. This is treason. He's going to get impeached and removed. Because FCC chair could be removed by that.
And might I add, Thomas Bright endorsed Felix Hayes for the presidency. He endorsed him.
Including Ronald Reagan or Reagan, whoever his first name is.
Yeah, he did endorse him.
Disgusting.
And Felix Love and Little St. Goebbels said to everybody that he was not, as a member of the FEC, he wasn't going to be running the presidential elections. We have seen him post information about the presidential elections. He is rigging the election for his own good.
It is disgusting to see. And this just proves all of the point. Now Congress has all of the evidence to launch a full investigation and we can also issue congressional subpoenas. If they refuse to attend, they will be held in contempt of Congress and will be enforced properly.
This Congress must object to the certification of this election.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of seems like Reagan's plan backfired because as of right now, the Republicans are winning the election and not Felix.
It seems like Thomas Bright is also running the show as the apparent permanent FEC chairman, but also trying to rig the election so Democrats win. This is fascinating to see.
It's very fascinating to see this
He's
entire thing.
paying everyone. He's so desperate to get the Democrats to win. It's insane, and we will be investigating this. This will not happen.
These people are running these elections like it's North Korea.
Exactly.
This is the definition of communism right now, and fascism, and devotion to one party. That they're suppressing every other party. Disgusting to say.
It's very disgusting.
It's horrible. This is not a good start.
Republicans are rising up in all numbers right now. They see the truth. They see that QAnon is coming back. QAnon was right when they said they were going to rig the 2024 election.
It kind of seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Donald Trump said that this was going to happen in the 2024 elections, did he not?
Oh, yes, he did. He depicted this exact event, and now that it's unfolding to the American
Thomas
people,
Bright
will.
just resigned from the FEC. He just resigned.
Shit is going down. We must object to the certification of this election. We must, right now, object to this election.
Former official or not, he's still being investigated by the Oversight Committee. He really thinks he's not getting away from it. He's going to be held accountable.
Exactly.
He can say shut up all he wants. You will be summoned to committee, my friend, and if you fail to, you'll be held in contempt of Congress and be charged accordingly.
Exactly.
We will not have this any longer.
I have a feeling Thomas Bright was directed by Felix Love and Little St. Goebbels.
Exactly.
We will have the chairman of the Oversight Committee write each and every one of these FEC members a nice fat subpoena. And they will all be attending this congressional hearing.
Hey,
nobody will be exempt.
Exactly.
Do you see what's going on?
Mr. Hayes doesn't even know what's happening anymore because he got caught up in his lies. He can't even remember what lie he was talking about.
Exactly.
Hey, Mike. Do you see what's going on the streets?
Oh my gosh, they're trying to silence our guys. Don't even mention what. Okay, go to an announcement. Don't mention it. But just they're trying to silence us.
Oh my God.
This has a direct
Disgusting.
correlation of what Felix has control of.
Well, they're clearly trying to monopolize the overseers. They're monopolizing the overseers, and it's a shame that they're doing this. They're destroying our democracy piece by piece, and it's a shame. They're going to destroy our country.
One of the members in group management, head of administration, is actively watching Newsmax right now, and he does not like what Newsmax is talking about. I'm not gonna mention
He's
it.
obviously not a fan of the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And let's make this perfectly clear. This is not even within the server. It is within an external channel of communications. So the fact that they're even trying to mention that, we didn't even imply that or bring it up or address that within the group itself. So I don't know why he's trying to attack us on that account. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It truly is.
And as again, the First Amendment is the most binding document in American history, and they're trying to ignore the fact that that document ever existed.
Hey,
As Thomas Jefferson once said,
States broke away from Britain because we were not able to have a voice.
we need to get our sovereignty back. And as Thomas Jefferson said, if tyranny becomes law, then rebellion becomes necessary. Rebellion becomes duty. So in this case, we might need to rebel. The people are going to rebel against this.
We can't say rebel on.
Oh, he just said purge the chat. He just said purge the chat. Felix Loving Hayes wants to purge the chat. They are trying to silence freedom-loving, God-fearing Americans. This is what is going on. If you don't fight like hell,
president,
you will not have a country.
He just said it. Purge the chat. Purge the chat, he said.
Oh my God. This is disgusting. This is awful.
These people are silencing good, loving Americans.
He wants to suppress people, but he doesn't even know the rules himself. It is disgusting, folks. We need to hold these people accountable. Every single one of these FEC members will be held in committee. They will be summoned upon a thorough investigation prior. They will be issued a congressional subpoena, and they will attend.
Reagan is back.
Take back our country.
Mike, are you seeing what I'm seeing outside?
This is crazy.
I see a bunch of protesters walking down the street.
Like, this is how this country was founded. We stood up to people suppressing our freedom of speech.
Exactly.
This is why we have America, to protest, to defend our beliefs, and to have representation. That's why me and Representative McConnell are in the House, to make sure that people have representation.
Great. So Eden just said he gave a really good example of how this Democrat Party works. He said stop talking about taxes if you don't, like government presidency. That's exactly what this administration does.
We need to invite this guy up here. He knows what he's talking about. He just got here. He just got into the country, and he already knows more than this president, this presidential nominee or this presidential candidate. It's appalling. If the president makes any sudden treasonous activity, as he's been now, he will be summoned immediately. This will immediately undergo the Rules and Administration Committee and then go directly to the Judiciary Committee. We will not tolerate this. His new name is Fidel Hayes. Fidel Castro, that's who he is. He's the Cuban dictator.
Exactly.
He is a dictator. And Kim Jong James, it's a shame.
Again,
Kim Jong James,
calling us biased.
Fidel Hayes, and hell, even Thomas Bright. And he's Thomas Dark because he's a very dark person.
Exactly.
His soul is
What-
very dark.
Oh, what did the FEC chair say again?
The FEC chair said, I quote,
Thomas, dark soul, Bright.
he said, I will fuck over this election if you vote Republican.
Yo,
We have
Do we have the
because we will be
screenshot?
the
Yeah,
first person.
I have the
Yes, I have a
screenshot. I have the screenshot.
Send it in main chat.
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
He's gonna be summoned to the oversight committee first. Yeah.
Like, what? Vote Democrat for president or your house is gone.
It's a shame. He's threatening to cause insurrection, and he's going to be tried. Well, that's going to be up to the court, but we will investigate him upon his tenure in the FEC of what he said, which what he said was done while he was in office as FEC commissioner. So we may be taking precautionary steps to impeach him and also bar him from office.
Exactly.
So the FEC chair will be barred from office probably after this ordeal.
Exactly. He should be barred from office. He is a traitor to this country. The way he acts is total traitor.
What he's done is disgusting.
Very disgusting.
Like, we
Our
let
country will not be undermined.
outside of the studio because of what they did.
There's
This
multiple protests going on in the country, what I've heard.
This should frighten everyone.
This should frighten everybody. This is extremely terrifying. Jarv, can we get your comment on this?
I'm scared for the future of this country. If
Like-
there is a Felix Hayes dictatorship, we will not have a country anymore. We got to fight like hell because we won't have a country.
Like, Mike,
We must not certify this election.
Can we get like a video of the protesters outside of our studio?
I would do that, but it's not really. It's kind of a protest that didn't happen outside the studio. I can't do that. Sorry, man. There has to be like a serious protest in the game or something. But anyways, it's hilarious to watch the FEC chairman to continuously earlier. He was earlier.
Former FEC chairman now.
Oh yeah, he was before he was the when he was the FEC chairman, he was continuously showing support towards Felix Hayes. It's truly appalling.
Oh my God! And the FEC is finalizing it. Jesus, they're gonna rig this election. It is horrible. It is absolutely horrible.
I need a vote right now.
This
Vote.
is so corrupt.
I'm going to say this. Everyone, vote. Vote for someone who you know will do the best. Know who will do it. We all know.
The House
who
needs
will.
to know. The House wants to know, and the House will confirm these election results. We will determine if it's right or not.
Honestly, Jarvis, I wish you the best of luck. I honestly hope you win. You definitely had my vote. In my personal opinion, Jarvis is the best person for the job.
Oh, thank you
wow.
so much for that comment. We need to fight like hell.
Oh
We will
my
never
God!
back
now they're doing
down.
the corruption FEC, the corrupt FEC is now doing the election results before the news can see it. This is a disgrace. This is just showing that the transparency is being lost with the people. This is a North Korea group.
The news is always the people who get the information.
We're hoping that Congress does not certify this.
Congress will not certify this. This is the power of Congress and Congress alone.
He's saying the contrary of everything he's trying to downplay. It's a shame. He is trying to lie now to the people.
Stop the steal, Trump said. Trump said that once. Stop the steal.
We must not pass this president's agenda. We must win the Senate, and the Senate must block every single nominee of this president. We must impeach every single member of his cabinet. We must block his agenda. That's what we have to do. What?
Is it official that Felix is winning?
It is more likely than not that he's.
We might need to motion. I'm motioning for a recount.
No, we must. Congress must not certify.
Exactly.
We're not going to certify this election.
Here's my prediction.
I mean, there's been irrefutable facts that this election is going to be rigged.
James Nave Jackson just said, Ford, I have statements and screenshots of you concluding with certain people for certain positions in a government takeover.
Oh, damn!
Dude, I'm contradicting his statements now. I'm contradicting what this man said. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. This man is not going to run over the people any longer, and Congress will not be confirming these elections on the basis of the fact that there's been multiple statements from the FEC chairman himself saying that he will make sure the election is rigged and the Democrats win. We will not be doing this any longer. We will not validate these votes. I will make that abundantly clear. And I believe
apparently former vice president, I think, yeah, James Native Jackson said, I have statements and screenshots of you colluding with certain people for certain positions in a government takeover. We're hoping that he sends it to us so we can show it to all you viewers right now. And we hope that he sends it to this team, because right now this election is looking more rigged every second we're on the air.
What has happened to this country? Why has it came to this?
This is horrible. This is really horrible. I'm glad Newsmax is ensuring that this is covered very well, because without the media, we're like the quote fourth branch of government. We ensure that all the other branches of government are overseen and ensuring that they're doing their jobs properly. The media is the primary source and the fourth branch of government, if you will, to ensure that our government is.
And we've been mainly the only news company that. Well, what's funny, we haven't had any competition. It shows because they're scared. They're scared to compete against Newsmax. They're scared because they know what we're saying is true. They are afraid. They are afraid to show competition to Newsmax because they know if they compete, they're gonna get debunked. It's true. It's so ironic.
We need action taken immediately. Congress will not confirm this election.
Exactly.
We will not validate it. This is absolutely corrupt. From what we've seen from the FEC chairman, it's disgusting. We couldn't have asked for any more proof. He's given us all the proof we need to first of all charge him with serious crimes, which will be obviously left up to the judicial affairs. He can be charged seriously, And he can also be barred from his position for treason against the United States, not only inciting insurrection, but also rigging our election.
Exactly.
It's just disgusting.
It's disgusting. I mean, these guys have been they're digging a bigger hole every time. First, it was the former FEC chair, but before that, Felix Hayes acting like a total dictator, and then now we have supposed evidence, supposed claims that could be proven soon, of there being of administrators colluding for government takeover. So we're hoping that we get that soon.
They're all trying to get a piece of the pie now.
Yeah.
Horrible. Hey, the American people do not need this.
They surely
We
don't.
really don't.
Jarv, what is your what is your opinion on the situation?
We must take back this country. We will not have Congress will not certify this election. That's the end of this story. Felix Hayes will not become our president unless it's a forced intervention, unless he is going to get his little posse of incompetent pedophiles and white supremacists to help him stage a coup against this Congress. And I'm kind of drunk right now. I think the Democrats are poisoning me. I think the Democrats are poisoning me.
What's up with David Smith? Should we investigate the Congress chat their film on not certifying the president?
See, this is what they do. One of our viewers who's currently who's not, he's on the side of Felix Hayes. He just said there's a firm stance on not certifying the president. May I clarify? Congress has not had a firm stance on not certifying the president. That's only the candidate on this call, Jarv, saying that. So don't say that the Congress should be investigated at all. It's Jarv saying that. He's not a member of Congress at all, and he's just giving his opinion on what Congress should do. But Congress has not confirmed anything of that yet. Anything of that matter at all. So, simple as this, Jarv is just giving his insight on the election integrity. That's all. Right, Jarv? I don't... Okay. It's truly appalling.
It truly is. Is this really something we want?
No, we don't want this thing at all. At all.
We all should be careful with the next steps.
Yeah.
And we all should be frightened.
We should be frightened. This election is a total joke.
This won't be certified. We have all of the proof we need to convict every single one of these individuals are part of the FEC and bar them from public office once and for all, because these people have no place being on the FEC ever again, and they certainly don't have a place being in any public office, seeing how corrupt they are and treasonous they are against our country.
Exactly.
100% agree with you.
It's truly appalling, and to go back to what Felix Hayes said. He said, "Purge the chat." As again, dictator. Jarv, sir, would you ever say that? Would you ever say purge the chat at all? Would you, Jarv? Jarv, sir, Jarv.
Hello?
Jarv. Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, would you ever say purge the chat because somebody was disagreeing with you? Would you ever say that?
I
Jarv?
would never. Now, here's my question. What happened to Drake Hayes?
Yeah, what happened
What
with that
happened to him?
case?
What happened to him? It seems like.
We have a new announcement.
Oh my
We have a
God!
new
Oh my
announcement.
God!
We have official confirmation of states that just came on the ballot that are been projected. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull up the images.
This is insane.
We have confirmation that the state of Nevada, your home state, Jarv, and the state of Idaho, have been projected to you, Jarv. You have officially 12 electoral votes.
Oh my God!
He got on the
You
ballot.
know what? You know what? I wasn't even on the ballot, right?
You were on the ballot, sir.
No, I was on
No,
the
wait,
ballot.
no, you were.
You know-
Well, you just got on the map. That's what I meant to say.
You know what? I am proud of this moment. I'm proud of my great people in Nevada. Apparently, now I'm going to have a second home in Idaho because they are all like-minded, freedom-loving people like ourselves. We will always fight for this country no matter what because we love America.
Amen.
We love Nevada. We love our individual states. And when our individual states all come together, that's when we have a country. That when we all work together, that's when America is at its best. And for tomorrow's future, we will take action today. That is the truth.
Amen. And you know what? You know what's funny? The Honorable James Ginsburg just said, "I was just gonna quit, but okay, I'll stay for my first and only case." Okay, first of all, he's probably talking about the possibility of there being a Supreme Court case on the election integrity. Well, guess what? Too bad, James. You endorsed Felix Hayes. You have no reason to be on this case. You are a failure to the Supreme Court. You misrepresent the Supreme Court by endorsing Mr. Hayes. And I'm willing to show everybody the proof of that. Right now. Give me 1 second, folks. If you look on the bottom left of this graphic, he says, "I, Justice James Ginsburg, endorse Felix Hayes for President of the United States, and he wants to be part of a future case that decides the election of Felix Hayes, Cody Jarvis."
It is a damn shame. This Supreme Court justice violated their judicial oath and ethics code by endorsing President Hayes. I believe the Chief Justice even came out and said that Supreme Court justices and members of the judicial branch cannot endorse presidential candidates.
Well, the federal judge, one of the judicial officers, literally just said, "Since it is that time, I must remind all electoral candidates that judges cannot endorse you. This is prohibited by Canon 5 in the U.S. Federal Code of Conduct for Federal Judges." This is in the U.S. Federal Code. The law. This is the law of the land. And these judges, this one judge violated the law of the land, and he should not be a judge. He should be impeached.
Amen.
He should be impeached from ever being a judge. Barred from public service. This country is I don't want to be the one to say it, but this country looks like this could end up as a coup if it turns out that this election was rigged.
Well, with the evidence we have, especially that Congress is actively investigating it right now, it does look very, 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 very bad for the FEC officials that allege this.
It's getting clearer and clearer every time we're live on the air, and we will be live on the air. I don't know if you guys want to be on the live on the air. We'll be live until the polls close. I will make that obligation to the people. We will be live until the polls close.
I will be here for that.
Amen.
Yeah, I will as well. We cannot have this lack of integrity from our government. We need to have the news always watching this.
And to those watching right now, if you haven't voted yet, vote for Jarv. He's the only candidate who has not fell into the trap of the far left far left who oh my gosh, we've been talking so long. I'm losing some very crucial words. He is the only guy who has stood up, including me, who has stood up against the deep state, including all these people in this broadcast too. We are all only ones, including some civilians, some citizens too. Those people are really important to this cause, who have stood up against the deep state, which is rigging the election as we speak. Like, for example, Nevada and Idaho, and the 2 districts in Nebraska. Those people who voted for Jarver in those states, they understand the situation, what's going on. And we must protect this election at all costs.
We truly must. It's our constitutional right and our duty as Americans to do this.
Amen to that. Jarv, what do you got to say on this situation again?
Hello? Oh, yeah. We gotta hope that Mr. Hayes doesn't take California. We might still have a chance to save democracy if Mr. Hayes doesn't take California.
Amen to that. This election is we better hope that California goes to Jarv, because California is a very crucial state to this. But sadly enough, we don't have enough electoral votes to call Jarv the president because of the rigging.
But you know what? If nobody gets to 269, we have a good shot as well.
Amen to that.
I'm going to say this right now. Unfortunately, my personal prediction is that the Republican nominee will win the election.
I don't think the Republicans have a chance. If the Republicans lose this, I lose this election. If California goes blue, that will be the end of this, unless Congress refuses to certify.
We're
which is in
refusing it
their right.
regardless on the count of the evidence that we have. But
Everybody, we have So from what it appears, according to the rules, I want confirmation. The House can apparently vote for the president if they have not reached 270. If any
well, no, we
candidate.
would have to do a recount and everything.
Well, are you sure? Because that's what the founder said to me. We're not sure. Someone needs to fact check this.
What?
Can the House vote for the president if the
House,
270?
if nobody reaches 270, Congress or the House votes for the president, the Senate votes for vice president.
Okay, well, let's hope that happens, because we don't need a rigged election.
We truly do not need it. You're 100% right.
I don't know what this somebody's coming to talk about it, but we have clear evidence, and this guy's trying to construe my words. Typical Democrat, but it's just coming after us, trying to attack our integrity, of course. But it's not going to fly. It's not going to happen, and he's just going to continue.
And funnily enough, the candidate for the Democrat ticket, Felix Hayes, just said that Thomas has no control of the election.
This is absolutely insane.
It doesn't matter if he has direct access. It doesn't matter if he has direct access to the polling or not. He still has influence over the election.
Oh, he has huge influence. He's the one that essentially validates it and runs all the things before even mentioning to the House. So he's a liar.
Exactly. He has direct influence to the campaign, definitely, most likely.
We must think about this as we must. We must make sure that everyone in this nation has a voice.
Amen.
It's sad that this Mr. Hayes has to keep going off. It's disgusting.
It is very disgusting.
I think we all should be frightened on if Felix wins this election. We all should be ready for the worst at this point.
This is just corruption.
Even though the Republicans have a leading right now, we still do not know what will happen with California. And to be honest, California is the state that is going to decide this election. We all know it. It will either be red or blue. And whichever one it is, that's going to be
McConnell. He said this. No, I'm validating it. No one else except Congress.
I said this. He said you're clearly blind. I'm like, you're clearly a dictator.
No. He said he's gonna validate it, and so can Congress.
Well, I'm still waiting to receive any message from him with the results so we can confirm it, and with all the information regarding it. I haven't received anything. Congress hasn't received a single thing. So what this president is saying is simply a lie.
He said Congress gets finalization. See?
We'll be waiting. I mean, this
Sam,
is just so corrupt.
Sam, as someone raised in California, I believe I have a great shot to win the state.
Oh, God.
I hope
He's trying to
so,
get the California vote.
I think you'll get it.
I hope all the Californians will stand up and rise. We will stand for democracy. I might be a little bit right-winging, or I might lean right a little bit, but we will stand up for democracy.
Amen.
This rigged election does not stand up for democracy.
Amen.
I hope my friends in California, whether they are Republican or Democrat, will vote for me vote for me so we can make sure that this election doesn't go to the Democrats.
Amen.
Indeed. It's just disgusting to see.
Very disgusting.
It really is. I mean, I know I've been saying it all day, but these guys just don't know what they're doing, and the corruption is catching up, and the people are noticing. And that's an important thing to mention.
The Chief Justice, Honorable Ron DeSantis, wants to join the broadcast.
I mean, he's the Chief Justice. I mean, he should be having an opinion, but sure.
I
Up
think
to him.
it would be up to Mike.
It would be up to Mike, yes.
He would have
obviously.
We'll be inviting the Honorable Ron DeSantis, Chief Justice of the United States, to the call, or the broadcast and call. If he doesn't, I don't think. If he doesn't, we can't add him because it's a group chat. Let's all hope that California does go to drive, because we're gonna be needing all the electoral votes we can.
That's how we have a shot to win this election if I win California. And this thing gets sent to Congress, and Congress will thoroughly investigate the corruption that has happened in this election.
Because if Jarvis wins California, then there will be no way that anyone can hit 2-7.
Exactly.
And so, which will force a vote onto Congress. Which honestly, even if the
we're gonna be adding sorry, this has been a long stream. We'll be adding Chief Justice to the broadcast. Mr. Chief Justice, welcome to Newsmax, sir.
Very glad to join.
No problem. It's as again, I'm pretty sure you've been watching the broadcast for a long time. We're not sure if you can really comment on the what's been said on Newsmax, because you are the Chief Justice after all. But
I mean, I can comment, but I can only comment with like
open-mindedness, fairness, right?
logic.
That's
I can only comment on what I see, not what my
brain thinks. Where your brain thinks you see.
But I mean, logically.
So, what do you have to say about what's been going on, Mr. Chief Justice?
I don't have much information on this, but
We could send you some screenshots of the what's been going on.
goddamn Supreme Court case.
Also, Mr. Justice, we have a picture of one of your judges actually is supporting Felix Hayes.
Oh, God. I would honestly be up to the House for impeachment because they handle all impeachment proceedings, and then the Senate just executes their trial.
But yeah, this and this is what we think. This election integrity is totally effed up. There's absolutely no safe elections right now. The primary was surprising. I'm honestly surprised. The only reason why I won the GOP primary, but was because Roosevelt actually was disbarred from the election simply because he was running for the House, and I wasn't a part of the election anymore because I dropped out because I knew the election was going to be rigged. So this entire drive. Go ahead and comment if you're saying something.
I have no information on.
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh well, then it was Starlight.
But I mean, I was honestly going to comment on your, like you said, about what happens if the Electoral College is in a lock, especially with a third-party candidate.
Well,
all I gotta say is props to you for the knowledge on the Constitution, because it does outline that that if it is tied, or in some cases if they don't if neither candidate reaches 270, then the House of Representatives chooses the president and the Senate chooses the vice president.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, if you want to comment anything else, you're going to stay on here to the remainder, so you can comment further as you on constitutional matters, of course. But it is truly an honor to have you on here, Mr. Chief Justice.
Honor, be here.
After doing some math.
But anyways, Jarv, what do you have to say about even further about what's been going on in this election, Jarv?
We just need to hurry these results. I don't know what's taking them so fucking long. My bad to the FCC who is about to fine me for cussing, but this election is fucking rigged.
You know what we say to the FEC? Fuck you.
We have to watch our language, guys. This is the news.
Okay, so guys, after looking at some,
they can go stick.
They can go stick it where the sun don't shine. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
The only hope that we have.
Also, Quinn, I gotta tell you that when I became speaker in that one other server,
sir, we're on the air.
I know that.
Send it in direct messages.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you pretty good.
Okay, so based off of the map, the only way for this to be sent to the House of Representatives is for Jarvis to win California. Because
that's not the only way it could be sent to the House of Representatives. It's sent to the House of Representatives to be certified.
well, like to like vote on it, to like vote for president. That's the only way.
Yeah, if you don't certify the election, Congress votes anyway.
Really, the FEC should be. They hold the elections. The news outlets usually predict what's going to happen, and then the House certifies the results. Is how it usually is done. And either way,
ladies and gentlemen,
I think.
I just want to announce I am officially voting right now for me as president of these United States.
Hey man, you're doing your civic duty.
I almost forgot to vote in this election.
Same here.
That's because I've been busy fighting the corrupt liberal lefties.
Same here, brother.
I've got to ask, what is taking them so long with these results, man?
I don't think
there hasn't been another prediction in like almost 20 minutes.
We are hoping that the state of California goes to Cody Jarvis, as it's been the state that he's been raised in for so long, and it's important that Jar wins the state of California so we can get closer to a non-270 victory for the Republicans or Democrats.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to say. I was about to say something very controversial, but if that happens,
I have just voted for myself, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done it yet, make sure you get out there and vote.
I'm gonna see how this election's gonna look like if Jarv wins California. So I'm gonna do a little thing here.
Won't change much.
Yeah, but going to do a
What I will do, it will make it impossible for Democrats to win.
It'll also make it impossible for Republicans to win.
And it will make it more possible for me to win when this thing goes to the House. If that were to be the case.
Not.
Holy crap. Guys.
What?
I have confirmation. If you win the state of California, the results will be 227 and 247. There won't be any 270 at all.
That's what we already know.
So your way of winning is...
Okay, we have breaking news. Breaking news in the state of California. The California Secretary of State recently said that there has been surging votes for Cody Jarvis. And the question is, can Cody Jarvis win the state of California? Jarvis, it's looking very likely for you right now.
Oh my God. This is amazing. You know, the Nevada board, Cali Rays, baby.
We are praying. We are praying right now.
We are praying.
We are praying that this goes to you, Jarvis.
If we win California, I will put on a little concert right here.
Amen.
For Newsmax, exclusive.
Amen. You know, we
we
will have that. Trust me.
I need somebody to contact the Secretary of State of Arizona. I want to see how close I was.
Sure.
Arizona. That's where I vacation a lot. I'm a very big Diamondbacks fan. I'm a fan of West Coast teams, you know? We got to find out. I might want to recount.
Amen.
Maybe the Secretary of State is already doing a recount in Arizona.
Hopefully he is. Hopefully.
Does anyone watch Star Wars in here?
From what we've heard, that the state of Arizona is actually pretty close. From we're not sure anything about you necessarily. Hold on. It says Arizona has voted Democrat by a lead of 60,000 votes in front of Republican candidate James Woody. I don't think there's a really. I don't think there's a lot of votes.
Do we have the early polling on California? I want to see the early voting in California.
We don't
Right
have any.
now.
We don't have any polling on that yet.
Oh my god.
These Max can't confirm. We don't have any polling on any pre-polling before the election on California.
You know, it would be a major upset if we won today in California.
And then Felix Hayes has never watched Star Wars. That's like one of the best movies ever. What the hell? This is a joke. That's kind of funny. Felix Hayes never watched Star Wars. Like, who the hell hasn't watched Star Wars? Like, what? That's funny. But yeah, that does look like C3. That does look like C3PO a lot, actually. Dr. Starlight.
What?
Anyways, we are getting closer and closer, most likely, to a victory right now. And hear me out, everybody. Hear me out. See, look. If Jarv wins California, it is safe for a House of Representatives decision and a Senate decision on how this election goes. If the Republicans win Oregon, it's 255 for the Republicans, 219 for the Democrats, which is highly unlikely. And for Washington, 250 for the Democrats, 259 for the Republicans. It is, and they will have to win California. If California goes to Hayes, it'll be 281 electoral votes. And it will be a major decision on the election. California is deciding the fate of this election.
Stamp, I want you to get up, map. I want you to give Hawaii to the Democrats.
Okay, Hawaii is on
Let's
the
see.
Democrats right now, and I'm counting Alaska and Hawaii. Hawaii goes to the Democrats. Alaska goes to the Republicans. It's the way it goes right now.
Oregon. Hold on, let me look up past elections.
But this is going to be a really crucial. And it was we just got word from the Arizona Secretary of State. Maricopa County was the leading factor by 2,153 votes. Jarv,
Oh my god.
we were this close. We were so close to winning Arizona, Jarv.
Give Oregon to the Democrats.
Oregon and Washington are given to the Democrats.
Well, let me look at Washington really quick. Yeah, give Washington to the Democrats too.
Yep, given to them.
So that California is the deciding factor in this election.
They are.
Yep. Kind of scary when you think about it.
Bro, how long is it gonna be till we get actual results?
It's gonna be a bit.
They're not supposed to close for another hour or two.
Let me show to all of our viewers what we're looking at, right now. This is the. I'm gonna show you guys to all of our viewers. This is what we predict is gonna happen this election. We predict that the state of California is gonna go to Cody Jarvis. We predict that, and if it does, it will change everything, everything. We'll be going back to the confirmed votes right now. Wait, where did it go? Oops.
And I hope we get these results soon, because soon for me it's ice cream time. Unlike Joe Biden, put a little bit more competent, boys.
Amen.
Honestly, I love ice. If you don't love ice cream, what do you love?
Exactly.
I do gotta ask.
If you don't love ice cream, you love hating America. That's the fault.
Exactly.
That's the truth. And Felix Loving Hayes hates America.
Amen.
You were going to say something, Mr. Chief Justice?
What's your plan for selecting a VP candidate, Mr.
You know what?
Mr. Jarv?
I think at this point we need to go with somebody who has my back, and I think that person is Mike Clitoris. Not my clit, Mike Clitoris. I don't have a clit. I'm not a tranny, for the record. I yield.
You yield.
I yield the floor.
Seriously, guys. If California goes to Jarv, we're looking at a Cody Jarvis victory right now, guys, and not just a victory for him, a victory for America, might I add, a victory for this country.
A victory for Jarv in California is a victory for Americans across this country.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. We're asking the California Secretary of State for more information on the polling on California right now. Okay, guys, we're still waiting on confirmation or anything going on with California right now, folks.
You know, this is my this is the least favorite moment of mine during the election night.
Amen.
Is waiting for the results to see if your voice mattered, to see if your voice did something.
Yep. Amen to that, man. The people's voice matters so much in this election, and those in California, your vote decides the fate of this country right now.
And if you still haven't voted, you go out there and you vote for Jarv, or you won't have a country.
Exactly.
Have we even heard from the Republican nominee?
Jarv won the election because I dropped out.
But isn't there another Republican nominee?
There is another Republican nominee, but he's not competent. He's extremely inactive.
Yeah, I was about to say, has anyone even heard from him?
No, not at all.
Like, I don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
I was the VP candidate.
Huh. Well, is there any update on his current activity situation, sir? Is there any updates on his whereabouts?
Are you talking about Charles?
No, the James L. Woody.
I have no idea.
Alrighty. We're possibly getting an update on the state of California from the Secretary of State. We are waiting for we're waiting for comment on the Secretary of State. Okay, we have 0 updates on the results or any possible result in California, but we do have however, we can confirm from the Secretary of State in Hawaii and Alaska that it's most likely to see a Democrat victory in Hawaii and a Republican victory in Alaska. So all it depends on is California right now.
And remember, if you have not voted, vote.
Yeah, if you have not voted in this election, make sure to vote. Because your vote matters right now. It matters.
Don't let anyone say that it doesn't matter, because it does
Exactly.
matter.
It does matter. It very much does matter. We have about 2 hours, approximately 2 hours to the final polls close. And may I add, we have confirmation that Utah was almost won by Ujarv by a slim majority of votes.
Well, my legal team is on their way to Utah right now. I think we got some people down there.
Amen.
Mormons love me in that state. We have something in common. We both love multiple wives and women.
And then, if California, hold on, folks.
Can we see if they're doing a recount in Utah right now? If the state is going to recount it?
We're not sure about any recounts yet, but however, California is a must-win situation for the Republicans and Democrat Party right now, and Democrats are 43 votes away from getting to 270, and the Republicans are 25 votes away from 270.
Which means if we base this off of the votes as of right now and not predictions, then Republicans would win as of right now.
Well, me personally, I hope that that the Republicans don't win the state of California, simply because the nominee for the state for the Republican Party we haven't heard about his whereabouts in a long time, so we should have California go to Jar just because he's been active and also because he represents the people as a whole. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, all of you are represented under the Jar administration.
Is coming from 2 Republicans.
Amen.
We do not believe that all party is active at this moment. That all parties nominee is active.
Mm-hmm.
We wish it was, but
sadly, the only candidates that are actually active are Jarv and Felix Hayes.
Which Felix's vice president hasn't even heard from for the past 2 days. 3 days, my bad.
Hold on, folks. We're getting the headline thing going. I'm trying to move it up a little bit so that way it looks aligned properly. We still have 0 update on the results in California yet. We are awaiting possible. We are praying that we'll see a victory for Cody Jarvis in the state of California. Jarvis, any of your legal team in the state of California right now making sure any updates on your legal team whereabouts? Any other states? Jarv?
They are currently at a strip club in Las Vegas celebrating my win in Nevada.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I don't blame them.
Nice.
I don't either,
Very
but
nice.
And I'm paying for all the rounds.
Amen.
they must love voting for you.
Okay.
I shall return in an hour when we actually have results. I believe the end of this election is at...
Hold on, James Woody is alive. Ladies and gentlemen, James Woody has finally said something in chat.
Yeah, but I still don't believe he's any competent enough to run this country. If he's only said about like 3 messages total this entire creation of the server. I'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
We're back too.
We'll be right back for a short break. Everybody, we'll be playing the Reagan speech of freedom is not free. His inauguration speech. We'll be right back, folks, for a quick break. 3-minute break, approximate.
If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land, we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. The sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, "My Pledge," he had written these words: "America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone." We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We are Americans.
Everybody, welcome back. We are back after that short break. Everybody had a chance to, get situated, and we're back on Newsmax. Everybody, Jarv is currently he'll be back in a few very shortly. Anyways, let's get some further analysis. Hey, is anybody here? I know you're here, Starlight. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Chief Justice. All right, that's good. We are back on the air, boys. Yeah. I forgot to turn on desktop audio. Either way, we know you're here. Anyways, California. This is going to be the most craziest presidential election, the first one ever, and
it will.
Yeah, and we're looking at a Jarvis win.
The thing that's deciding the election is California.
It is.
It's
pretty crazy.
either Jarvis wins it, and it goes to the House to get voted on because there was a tie. 270 was not met.
Do they update every hour?
It's supposed
No
to.
idea.
It's 9:04. It should be. We have like an hour until the polls supposedly close.
Yeah.
I look. It says the polls apparently close at
It does actually seem like it gets updated every hour.
10.
It's been holding up that, but I'm not too sure.
They close
Maybe
at
we'll-
12:35 a.m. today, on Sunday, which is basically today. We have about, let's see.
We have about 10 minutes left if they're keeping up with that every 1 hour.
I mean, it really hasn't been, because like, I think what's going to happen is they're going to call Alaska and Hawaii, and then the last call will be California, Oregon, and Washington.
They just love keeping us waiting.
Yeah, they really do. Can we get a comment from you, Mr. McConnell?
Yes, well, this election obviously is just very a joke. What I've seen, it's a pivotal turning point in our country, and I haven't seen anything too convincing to tell me that this is not a rigged election. I mean, the founder himself has assured everybody that he's running it himself, but I just still don't believe it because this chair has seemed to be very corrupt and not the best candidate for the position, and it's just raising many questions.
Amen. And let's hope that California switches. Let's hope California joins Let's hope California goes to Jarv, so Jarv can give us a little song of his, a little concert, a little mini concert. He is a pretty good artist, and he's really talented in music, and every president has some sort of talent in the music. Some are really good at piano, stuff like that. And when someone has some sort of musical talent, that means they have talent in other things too. So Jarv's a pretty talented person, I must add. He's a pretty talented person. Very talented. We haven't got any.
Serves me correct.
Yep.
We
Go
should
ahead.
be having the Nexus results at 11:17.
Do we have confirmation or ex? Oh, wait. Okay, we have confirmation. Polls in Washington and Oregon are going to close in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, the polls in Oregon and Washington are going to close in 15 minutes. We're doing some little math here.
15 or 50?
15 minutes. Okay. So, we're doing some little bit of some little stuff here. Okay, yeah, it's still safe. It's still safe in 270. It's still safe in 270, guys. It's California. California is going to be the major decider.
I think this will be the biggest election since who knows when.
Why does this look like a trend?
Elaborate.
Compare this to the 2020 election map.
Yeah, this does look like the 2020 election map. Huh. This does look like a trend. Care to comment, McConnell or Starlight?
Well, I don't know what to say on the matter, really. We're still investigating regardless, and we're going to remain committed to whatever we're doing. So, whatever we have to do is what we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
This does actually.
Go ahead, Mr. Chief Justice.
I'm just gonna go off of facts, but if this serves me correct, if the Democrats win the Washington, Oregon, and California, they win.
Yes, they win around 288, I think. If I'm correct. They're 281. They'll win by yeah, they'll win the 281 ultra votes.
The only
what's funny is the only two states that JAR won are also known for Republican states.
That is also true. However, we have to realize that that Jarve was raised in the state of California, and he does have pretty good respect in the state of California as well. So we could see something happen. And as again, the Secretary of State in California, I quote, said that Jarve is charging in the polls right now in California. So we have to see what happens soon.
Oh, you can mess around with this.
I feel like we should project Washington and Oregon to the Democrats simply because it's just we all know that it's just going to be a Democrat. But I do prefer to wait on confirmation though. Got a little Sprite with me, you know.
No, I'm gonna go put a root beer in the fridge. I would hate being the deciding factor for the nation's next president.
Yeah, I agree. This election shouldn't even be, this election should be decided by the people, and this clearly isn't happening right now.
Like, James isn't even on right now.
Exactly. He should be here for the results, and he's not. But Mr. Chief Justice, earlier, the Honorable James Ginsburg endorsed Felix Hayes. Are you willing to denounce what he did, since you're the Chief Justice of the United States? Sir?
Is he there?
I'm not sure. Well, whenever he comes back, we'll ask him again. But yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting how this ends out. But we have about 5 minutes or 4 minutes left until we get confirmation of what Oregon and Washington's status is going to be on the polls for confirmation.
Mike, what do you think will happen here?
This is what I expect to happen. I expect Oregon and Washington to go to the Democrat Party. I expect that that the state of California is gonna go to Jarv. Jarv has really big presence in the state of California. He was raised there. I mean, just like his home state of Nevada, he won that state, and that's his home state. Think about it. If Jarv could win his home state of Nevada, then what's stopping him from winning the state of California? This guy's on a roll in the West, and we could see Western dominance for Jarv, but I predict that Oregon and Washington are going to go to the Hayes campaign.
It's just crazy to me that so far that the map looks like exactly how it looked in 2020.
It does.
And the only difference is that Indiana and Nevada are jobs.
Yes, because Nevada is a very clear victory for Jarv, and Idaho, that's a surprising state. Utah was close. Utah was extremely close for Jarv, and if there might be a recall vote in Utah for Jarv, we might see who wins officially Utah. But as of now, James Woody, the Republican nominee, has won the state of Utah. So we're hoping that Jarv can carry out and win.
One more minute.
We're hoping that Jarv can win the state of California.
Yeah.
Mr. Chief Justice, you're there, right? You're here, sir?
How long do we have till...
Well, I was going to ask you something. James Ginsburg, or is that his name? I think. He is a judge. Judge Ginsburg. He endorsed Felix Hayes. Are you willing to denounce and condemn what he did? As yeah. Sorry.
It's a violation of probably the most famous of overstepping your bounds policies that we have. The Hatch Act.
Yeah, and that's not just it. The NSA, the CIA, heck, even the FEC chairman himself endorsed Felix Hayes, and it's all against the Hatch Act. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment of the law that these people were allowed to do that.
Well, I mean, I could condemn him, but that's up to the House if they want to do anything.
That's true, and I'm hoping that the House of Representatives will impeach that judge. I'm hoping.
I can't really comment on anything about the...
Yeah, we're trying not to ask you any questions that will destroy your integrity as a Chief Justice.
I could swear in the new president, by the way. So that's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
My second president that I have sworn in.
Well, we're gonna have to see if this election is actually valid.
Yep.
What will happen if it's not valid?
Then we'll have to change the election to Jarv. Most likely.
It'll undergo a nice old House vote.
Who's the House planning on putting up for
Speaker?
Well, we'll see when the time comes, but we'll definitely see.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I am really interested in the vice presidency, but we're just gonna leave that alone. I mean, I gotta focus on my duties as Chief Justice.
Mm-hmm. It's been 17 minutes, and we, 17 minutes since this hour, and we still haven't got any, results on Washington or Oregon. So I'm assuming
Well, I
it's gonna
mean,
be.
in his defense, it was 11:06, so we gotta wait another 6 minutes.
Okay, we have another 6 minutes until the results come in.
Approximately.
Approximately.
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
can we talk about all the mistakes that were made with the primaries?
All the repeat that, sir.
Yeah, could we talk about the mistakes that were made in the Republican primaries?
Yeah, sure. First of all, there was absolutely no debate that ever occurred in this Republican primary. That's the first mistake. They didn't allow the candidates to speak to the people and not take questions from the people, and it's important that we do that. And secondly, they allowed Roosevelt, who's not even a real Republican, to join the election last minute, a last minute ditch effort, and somehow I won the primary. But I basically, before all that, I dropped out of the election because I knew the deep state was going to win this election. However, surprisingly, Roosevelt got kicked out of the Republican ticket due to the House election for him, and it's truly a mockery of the system. They allowed him, and he was winning too. He was winning. They were about to vote a Felix Hayes, Democrat-loving candidate to the Republican ticket. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to this country that almost happened.
It honestly is, and it never should have happened.
Exactly.
I should have run for president.
Do you
I
know
don't want the presidency, to be honest.
But anyways.
Mike.
But anyways. Let's just hope that. I mean, I do like to stick with my party, but I don't like I don't think the Republican candidate for the presidency is competent enough to serve the capacity as president of the United States at all.
I agree. And it's scary to say that.
Yeah, it is. Anyways, we're still waiting on the results of Washington and Oregon. How many minutes do we have, Mr. Chief Justice, do you think? How many minutes do you think we have till they get the results? Do you think get released? How long do you think?
I don't know. James is already.
All right.
No, 2.
All right. We're getting closer and closer.
I think it's a shame on how
is.
this is happening.
It truly is a shame.
Like, we've been here for 3 hours and 33 minutes.
We have been, but this is all for the American people.
It truly is. Me and McConnell, who are representatives, are staying here because we value the American people.
Amen. But
because we were just called up here for a interview.
But yeah, I'm really sorry you guys are staying a little extra. I mean, you guys, I'm assuming you guys are in EST. Me and Driver in PST, so we kind of. So.
I'm CST, so right now it's only 10 p.m. for me.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. That's good. We're honestly surprised we still have some viewers going on right now on Newsmax. But thank you to everybody that's been sticking with us.
Rewatching now.
But to all of our viewers, we are thankful you guys are sticking with us and staying with us while this happens, while everything happens right now.
Tutorial stage.
Reagan is on. Oh, presidential election. Hey, Mike.
I don't think we should be in there, to be fair, because if we do that, we're not gonna be able to talk necessarily.
Yeah.
Anyways, we are close to getting the results. We are getting extremely close. McConnell, do you have anything to comment? Mr. McConnell? I guess he's, oh. You there?
No, I do not. No.
Alright. I mean, you don't really... I think enough has been said. However, we're still waiting. We're still waiting, folks. We're still waiting to see what happens right now. We should be getting the results any minute from now.
Any second.
Any second. I'm keeping my eye on election info right now.
Guys, let's send out a prayer to Jarvis. Let's pray that he wins.
It's truly a matter of just protecting the freedoms that the citizens have, that everybody has right now. Because if Hayes becomes the president, we're looking at a possible legitimate dictatorship going on.
Yeah, I think I can say for Congress that we will not let that happen.
Well, thank God for the Constitution.
Yeah, that's why we have check and balances, is to make sure we do not become like Great Britain.
Amen.
We had no voice in Great Britain. And we will not let that happen here. I guarantee you this. As a representative, I will not let that happen.
Amen.
I will make sure.
Historically, they only moved over here because they were in pursuit of gold, guns, glory, and whatever the fuck the other. But
That's not how
they
I
wanted
do it.
religious freedom.
Yeah. And we wanted to be able to have a voice.
All right.
It's already the 26th minute of the hour. We still haven't got any updates on the election right now.
The person who's running the election is offline right now, so we have no ETA on when we will get to it.
I'm gonna join that the one stage. I'll be right back.
All right.
And honestly, it quite honestly scares me that it's taking this long.
He ended it the moment I was gonna join.
Oh. That means he's online.
That must mean.
Damn, we didn't do presidential primaries.
We did, but we didn't have any debates. The RNC primary was totally rigged for Roosevelt. However, he got dropped out because he was running for the House.
I was his VP.
Roosevelt's?
Yep.
That must have sucked.
Yeah.
Not really. I didn't do anything anyways.
Yeah, we're not gonna say anything bad about you. You have total respect for the Constitution, so we respect that 100%.
I don't serve the people. I serve the Constitution.
Yeah, at least you do not disrespect your colleagues.
Yeah.
Calling them idiots.
I'm only given this authority by the Constitution. That was made by the people for the people.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
We're still awaiting confirmation on Washington and Oregon right now.
Oh, why am I cringing so bad? Oh my
What?
I don't know. Just looking at those election results, it's crazy.
Well, we're hoping the best right now. I don't know about you, but we're hoping the best for Drive.
God, I want to punch something so bad.
Don't we all?
From what we are aware of, the Reagan is currently offline right now.
Oh my God. James R.W. Reagan. Who does bro think he is?
If only he was online.
Oh, I know this guy. I know this motherfucker. It's Timothy C. Brown. Everyone should just at him. So he's got fucking 30 DMs when he gets on.
Let's do it.
Speaking of Chief Justice, I have my own gavel.
You have your own gavel?
I own a gavel, yes.
Why do you own a gavel?
Because, yes. Of course, yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm Chief Justice, I own a gavel.
In real life, you own a gavel because you're Chief Justice in a Roblox.
Not just that. I've been Speaker. I've been President Pro Tempore.
In the Roblox.
Vice President. Not just for that. I just bought it because it was cool.
Oh.
Also, I plan on being a lawyer when I grow up, so.
Okay.
Good for you.
I don't know.
And a politician.
Good for you.
I'm in speech and debate, and in Congress for speech and debate. So they give.
I can throw you some. You don't want to get in a debate with me. I will pull up every single thing against you.
Okay, seeing as you know nothing about me, I'm kind of concerned. Not gonna lie, that kind of concerns me.
Well, I mean, you got chat logs in your in this server.
I have not spoken that much in the server.
We're still awaiting confirmation of the results in Washington and Oregon right now, folks.
But I mean, I gotta be completely honest with you. I'm not gonna debate unless you start debating with me. I could do one hell of a presidential debate. I got that. There was this one guy that wanted to get rid of veteran affairs. I'm like, bro, you don't care about veterans? He's like, nah. And this guy was this guy's entire campaign was made off of military. And I'm like, bro, your entire campaign is centered off of oh yeah, stronger military. But then you come on debates and you want to be like, oh yeah, let's defund the Veteran Affairs department. And I'm like, what kind of logic is that? And I'm like, and then he brings up that he wants to defund the Department of what was it? Department of
Education.
Education, yeah, that one. The Federal Department of
So he
Education.
hates the children and he hates.
And I'm like, bro, you want to get rid of education as well? That's crazy.
So he hates the children and he
And
hates.
he's like, and his only argument was, oh yeah, we don't need it because it's Roblox. And I'm like, bro, you know how much stuff we could use with Department of Education and Department of Veteran Affairs? So much stuff. Like, if you wanted to start your own school, he also wanted to delete the Department of Commerce, and I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you? And I'm looking at I'm like generally a very logical person, so I won't bring like my own opinion to the table. It will be like years of research and shit. Like, you do not want to get into debating with me, I will pull up everything just to throw it at you and say, here's everything I know about you. Here's everything you think. Here's everything you believe.
And we're still.
Like, I will study. If you are a public official, and you are like IRO. We're talking about IRO, but I will honestly study every speech. I will study every move. Who you associate yourself with, and I will use it against you in like a way that's like logical and ethical, not like, oh yeah, stalking you and shit, but like from a media standpoint.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm talking about.
Anyways, we are still awaiting results from Washington and Oregon. It's kind of late for those, so we're trying to get those in as soon as possible right now.
Oh, this guy. He has one job and he can't even do that. That's crazy.
Right. I don't know. Right now I'm building the Treasury building.
Update. Everyone should call for an update.
You should do that. You should ping him that too.
The FEC chair is refusing to release the election results.
We're not gonna say that.
I'm gonna like develop a court orders telling him to release the
polling for Washington and Oregon, not the whole thing, because we're not sure about the other states yet.
I don't know how.
Well, none of them are in. I'm just gonna like.
Still awaiting confirmation. So nothing yet.
Nope.
We'll be back in a quick, short break. So we'll be playing Freedom Lives, Trump's Washington speech. George Washington speech. We'll be right back, folks.
From head to toe, George Washington represented the strength, grace, and dignity of the American people. From a small volunteer force of citizen farmers, he created the Continental Army out of nothing and rallied them to stand against the most powerful military on earth. Through 8 long years, through the brutal winter at Valley Forge, through setback after setback on the field of battle, he led those patriots to ultimate triumph. When called upon again, he presided over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and was unanimously elected our first president. When he stepped down after 2 terms, his former adversary, King George, called him the greatest man of the age. He remains first in our hearts to this day. For as long as Americans love this land, we will honor and cherish the father of our country, George Washington.
And we are back. Anyways, we are still awaiting the election results for Washington and Oregon right now. So we're hoping we'll see a conservative victory. Either way, it doesn't matter. Washington and Oregon are states that don't matter right now. It's the big major state is California right now. So. Is he on right now? But make sure it states Washington and Oregon. You know what I might do? I might have like a little thing where called News Max 2 that replays old streams 24/7. Yeah. They probably take out my entire. I would have to have my computer on all day, every day. When I put mine on sleep mode, it turns off the computer. Oh, forgot to turn on desktop audio. Oopsies.
Do y'all want to see Rose Garden?
What happened?
I don't know. I'm actually very tired. I'm not good.
Okay.
Okay.
Currently making the Newsmax logo right now.
Say again?
I'm making a Newsmax 2 logo.
Very nice. I just got another endorsement for speaker.
Nice.
You see, I've not announced like publicly that I'm going to be majority. I'm gonna run for majority leader, other than on this. I think, yeah, yeah.
What happened?
Oh,
The speaker, future speaker, disconnected. We're still awaiting confirmation of Washington and Oregon. It appears that Reagan's offline right now. We're gonna put it in for another quick short break real quick. It'll be "Freedom is Not Free," Ronald Reagan, with his inaugural speech of him being elected as president back then. We'll be right back.
If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. The sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading "My Pledge," he had written these words: "America must win this war. Therefore I will work I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We are Americans.
We are back from the short break of Ronald Reagan's inaugural speech. We still haven't got any results on the whereabouts or how the election's going for Washington and Oregon. From what we are aware, I think we might have to call as a network the polling in Washington, Oregon as a Democrat victory. So Newsmax is going to confirm. This is not a confirmation. This is a projection. Newsmax projects that Oregon and Washington will be going to Felix Hayes. However, we are still awaiting official confirmation on the official results for Washington and Oregon. However, we are calling those two states to so it's most likely going to be it. But we won't be putting it on the map. However, we will from what it looks like, it's 2027. California is still a must-win situation for both parties right now. Still nothing. We're hoping he gets on before the results officially come out. All right. Still nothing, folks. This is gonna be the longest. This is gonna be the longest Newsmax stream ever in history. And I can assure you, we're never gonna have a 4-hour or 5-hour live stream ever again. Ever. I turned off Desktop Body. I keep forgetting now. It's so weird. I used to be so good at remembering that, but I guess not. Right now, I'm kind of losing my energy. I got some Sprite though. Hopefully that Sprite can change my caffeine level right now.
You see, I have Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Dr. Pepper. We never know what it actually tastes like. We don't know, we don't know what it's made of, It could just be Coke or, or it could be
It's
Pepsi.
made out of carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, and 2% or less of caramel color, natural and artificial flavor, sodium, benzoyl, phosphoric acid, caffeine, sodium, Plano TX75024.
You know what's kind of funny is just imagine he fell asleep.
No, there's no way. He's on the other side of the world. It's daytime for him right now. Tomorrow, the House should be convening tomorrow. Mr. McConnell, what day do you think the House is going to be convening, sir?
Well, the majority leader will decide the time and date, and it's whenever the probably like the first session. Once the president gets elected, we'll probably do it 1 or 2 days afterwards, and that if we get a clerk, which I might be the clerk, preside as the clerk, and get administratively appointed so we can get it worked out.
All right. Well, whenever that's decided, make sure to let me know, and Max will be covering it.
Will do.
I think it will be the most crucial House session in history, most likely.
Oh yeah, it will be. A lot of things that have to get done.
Mm-hmm. It might be a long one too.
Yeah, it depends.
Oh my god, he just came online.
All right, he's online, folks. He's online.
Finally.
We'll have to see how this turns out.
And it is legit. Not that long from.
He was he did something with his family. Well, we have to respect that. Family first, always. Family first.
Obviously, man.
Okay, we got where he will announce the final electoral count for Congress to count.
Try to get Jarvis in here.
Yeah, we're getting driving here.
No one was elected president. I'll call it right now.
Alright. Oh, yeah.
Wow, I'm in shock. Hold on.
All right, they're Reagan's about to announce the official electoral college results.
Busy playing scratch off tickets. Give me 1 second.
Activity.
I won $10 so far on the $10 ticket, so I think that is sign for good things to come, boys.
Amen.
Mm.
Still waiting.
And never mind, just $10. Very swag, very swag,
Amen.
man.
Jarv, that's good. This is the first ever. Like, this is gonna be the longest Newsmax stream ever in history.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Mike.
Oh, he's typing,
Oh.
folks. We're getting close to a projection.
Hold on. I
This
gotta
is-
scan this
oh my
ticket real
goodness.
quick.
Scratch it.
It's a lie. It's a crossword. Just gonna scan it
Oh,
manually.
I hate those. Those suck.
Just gotta make sure he lost.
All right. We're waiting for the results, folks.
The House are going to deny the results.
Yo, Jarv,
Me and
Yeah.
McCollum
Seen them.
know the result.
you should totally check
They
your
are rigged.
DMs.
Now I will talk. Here we go.
They're rigged.
God.
All right, we have official confirmation that the election is rigged.
Congress is denying it.
Oh, what the hell?
Pull the numbers from California.
It's 289. Oh, we have confirmation that the state of Oregon has gone to Jarv. Huh.
Yeah, it happened last minute apparently.
No.
Yeah, this election is rigged.
Disgraceful.
Disgraceful, I tell you.
Well, the House is denying it.
Give us an actual count. We waited all this time not to have a president. That's crazy.
It's either way the results are going to be denied.
Bro thinks he's funny. Oh, let's see what's the next speed. Right at that moment.
Hey, can somebody get me a lawyer in here? Can somebody get me an actual lawyer?
I mean, technically, Ron DeSantis is a lawyer.
I would have to put this out. I would have to put this off the air for all this stuff to happen.
Somebody needs to get me a lawyer. We gotta recount California really quick.
We have to recount California.
Recount California.
You forgot to put the new results on the air.
Oh, they're on the air right now. We have word that Alaska also has gone to Jarv too.
Oregon and Washington.
Everyone in Congress is biased.
Sam, you got to get me a lawyer in here.
Hold on. Newsmax does not count the electoral college as a legitimate electoral college, as we expect the House of Representatives to vote to not certify the election results. I repeat, Newsmax does not support the election results, which is why, well, sadly enough, we'll be ending the live stream due to the results. Expect more information to come in tomorrow, or maybe tonight if something happens. Anyways, thank you all for watching Newsmax, and have a wonderful day. This stream will conclude with the speech from Donald J. Trump, George Washington's speech, as again, freedom lives. Thank you all for watching Newsmax.
From head to toe, George Washington represented the strength, grace, and dignity of the American people. From a small volunteer force of citizen farmers, he created the Continental Army out of nothing and rallied them to stand against the most powerful military on earth. Through 8 long years, through the brutal winter at Valley Forge, through setback after setback on the field of battle, he led those patriots to ultimate triumph. When called upon again, he presided over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and was unanimously elected our first president. When he stepped down after 2 terms, his former adversary, King George, called him the greatest man of the age. He remains first in our hearts to this day. For as long as Americans love this land, we will honor and cherish the father of our country, George Washington.